All right, so we're live over on the YouTube. Perfect. Make sure I'm still in frame when I look at it this way. Yeah, in frame enough. Yeah, I think we can get there, Heister. I think we can totally do it. All right, so we're live on YouTube. Music's not playing. Let me get that going. Looks like it's not playing on YouTube. Really hate how I have to do this with split cam. Like I have to like keep re-adding the audio source. And then it gets loud. And I gotta dial it back. Alright, so anyone over on YouTube, how's that volume? And Pepper, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. And hey, thanks, Tilapia. Yeah, I think someone else already had one pinned, but yeah, good enough. We can keep checking it out. That is a bit smaller, so that's a little nicer. Yeah, exactly. It'll be good. Let me start up the Twitter broadcast. And I think at some point I might even want to start doing the, doing like a LinkedIn broadcast. Why not? Hey, what's up, Theo? How you doing?
Thanks for the support.
Hey.
Username B7H30 conjures the image of a high-tech supervillain known as the Binary Phantom. They are outfitted in an armor that flickers with holographic numbers, a visual representation of their mastery over digital worlds. The Binary Phantom possesses the power to manipulate and control any digital device, turning the modern world's reliance on technology into a weapon. They are a cybernetic sorcerer, capable of creating digital constructs and bending the fabric of virtual reality to their will. The origin of the Binary Phantom lies in a freak accident involving an experimental quantum computer, which exploded and fused its advanced circuitry with their body, providing them with the uncanny ability to interface with any electronic system. Their arch-nemesis is the analog-themed hero known as the Gearsmith, who relies on mechanical ingenuity and a low-tech approach to counter the Binary Phantom's digital dominion.
Hell yeah. Oh, and four-wheel. No, someone did it earlier, just a little bit ago. Yeah, thank you. If you want to set up something on your stream, you can totally do it. It's actually quite easy. So you will need to sign up for Vappy.ai, which is just a service that's doing a bunch of that stuff. I haven't yet. It's a bunch of glue. Or, I mean, I have tried running some LLMs locally, but I'm not doing that for this at all, and I'm not interested in trying yet. But yeah, if you wanted to do that, you would go sign up for Vappy.ai, you would create the agent or assistant or whatever they call it over there, and then you would plug in the prompt that you want it to imagine. I got some example prompts there if you want to fiddle with that. There's actually some updates we probably want to make at some point. But yeah, you could have it, you know, imagine, you know, like how at the beginning of Hackers, it's like, you know, zero cool crashed, 3,872 systems using, and then it like, you know, you could have it like come up with some like technique, right? Like, so you could have the AI make up what kind of hacker news line they might have had. That could be fun. I don't know, just throwing it out there. Yep, so then you'd go over to this thing, you'd enter the channel name, your public key for Vappy, you would enter the assistant ID, and then you would set up your triggers. So if, you know, you want to do it when someone donates 100 bits or X amount of bits, whatever, a subscription or a resub, gifted subscriptions, even anonymous ones, and then a raid of 5 or more people. And it's pretty fun. And I think currently it cost me about like 10 cents. Let me double check how much that one was, just to be sure. It's more like 15 cents, I think. So you definitely want to have it gated behind something that either provides you value or, you know, you think like provides the stream value. So yeah, if I look at it, that one cost me 16 cents. And I expect it'll actually get cheaper. Let me see if we can change the model at the moment. Ooh, let's turn on GPT-4o. Hold on, latency, did latency go down or up? Oh, so latency is even shorter. The cost is about the same, though. Is it cheaper? So I think technically, if I look at what we're seeing over there, let me see where the cost breakdown was. 1 second. So as far as the cost breakdown, for the LLM, I paid a penny. So yeah, for the speech to text, I paid a penny. The text to speech is one of the more important, like, costly parts. That cost me 9 cents, and then Vappy's cut was 5 cents. So it's the text to speech that I think is, you know, probably the expensive part. I'm wondering though. Right? They probably don't have the voices for OpenAI yet. There are OpenAI voices. We could try one. Let's try Nova. What do you mean can't get it for free? I think because Vappy is making all these calls, they can't do it for free. Maybe if I was plugging in my own OpenAPI key, then maybe it would work, or OpenAI key. Yeah, right now for voices, I don't see TikToks in there. I only see 11 Labs, Rhyme AI, PlayHT, LMNT, DeepGram, OpenAI, Azure, and Neats. For text-to-speech, I mean, there might be one cheaper, but it doesn't sound as good. So let me try it out here real quick, because I don't think I need to re-trigger or anything. So let me try this one. The bread.
Thanks for the support. The bread is a supervillain whose powers are based on manipulation and control over grain and dough. They can ferment any grain to create massive growths of dough to capture and entrap.
It's a bit quiet.
Or send out razor-sharp crackers as projectiles. The bread's origin story began in a world-class bakery where they were exposed to a mysterious yeast that mutated their DNA.
A mysterious yeast that mutated your DNA.
They rise to power by causing mayhem with their army of bread golems and cereal grain sandstorms. Their
Bread golems. Bread golems. I like that.
For defense, or as pliable as fresh dough to squeeze through tight spaces. The bread's arch nemesis is the steely and disciplined superhero known as the gluten-free Guardian, who has the power to digest any of the bread's attacks without harm and can counteract the bread's powers with blasts of alternative, grain-free energies.
That was pretty good. I don't like the voice as much. I think Ruby would have been a better voice. I like the Australian accent for it. But yeah, as OpenAI ends up getting more, that'd be good. Yeah, the gluten-free Guardian. So now that that's been done, let's see what the cost was. I just want to see, like, you know, if it got cheaper. That's fine, the bread. I just can't do that, though. So text-to-speech ended up being the same cost. Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong one. Hold up. Ooh, no, text-to-speech was a penny through OpenAI. So yeah, I just, decreased my cost down to 10 cents instead of 16, which does add up. Yeah, I definitely grew accustomed to the Australian voice. Yeah, now the only cost we're paying is Vappy's cost, basically. But that voice wasn't quite as good. Hold on, let me look at this. We can actually play a couple others and test them. We're going to go to OpenAI. OpenAI only has 6 voices right now. Oh, and we can't even like do a quick play. That's annoying. Yeah, so that was Nova. No, we can't change accents. I only get 6 voices to choose from. I get Alloy, Fable, Nova, Echo, Onyx, and Shimmer. That's from OpenAI. If I wanted to switch to another one, we could probably do something based on accent. So if I go back to Play HT, which I think had the best voices, I can look at what they got. I see Bruce, who's male British. Lance, who's male British. Dominic, who's also male British. A lot of male British accents in here. We see a female British accent named Phoebe.
Welcome to this tutorial. This guide will take you through a series of over 30 videos conveniently organized into 3 levels, designed to walk you through the manufacturing process. Let's get started.
You like that one? It seemed a little meh. Let's try Sarah.
Up already, thank goodness. I've a full day planned, starting with the rarest of treats, a lie-in. Then brunch with Lydia at London Bridge at 11, followed by a Suzanne.
All right, so hold on. Here's female Irish.
Hello. How are you doing today? Care to have a quick chat and catch up?
Oh, that one's not bad. We got Samita, female Indian.
Hey, how's it going? I appreciate you giving me a call. So, what would you like to chat about?
Madison, female Irish.
Once upon a time, in a magical forest, there lived a little fairy named Rosie. Rosie had shiny wings that sparkled like the stars in the sky. She loved exploring the forest and making friends with the woodland creatures.
Yeah, that one's meh. Here's Ruby again.
If you're feeling good right now, or just even okay, it's a great time to take a mental snapshot of what's going on around you.
Man, Ruby's just really
What might
good.
be contributing to the way that you feel right now? Think about the things that have happened recently that might have made you feel okay, or even put you in a good mood. Perhaps you notice that spending time with a friend makes you feel good, or that ticking things off your to-do list is satisfying.
Let's try April, female British.
Extreme success, by definition, lies beyond the realm of normal action. If you want to achieve extreme success, you can't operate like everybody else and settle for mediocrity.
All right, let's try Indigo, female British.
There's no need to concentrate or control the mind, just as there's no need to control a story as it's being told. Instead, together, we can let them flow outward.
That one's gnarly. I don't like that one. Yeah, that one's ASMR as hell. That one's making you feel things. Yeah, she's baked. She is super baked. All right, let's try Micah.
Hello, Play Support speaking. Please hold on a moment. Let me just pull up your details real quick. Can you tell me your account email or your phone number?
Right. How about Amelia?
Hey, hello. Thanks for clicking my voice. You know I'm around if you'd like to have a quick chat.
Eleanor?
Merging neuroscience, psychology, and mindfulness with practical takeaways for being more focused in our work and wider lives. This book will help you think about and manage your attention on a daily basis.
Whether you need the perfect narrator for your story, or just a soothing voice to bring your writing to life.
Dude, Play HT has so many voices. Here's Pia.
Hey, how are you going? So what are you up to today? I'd love to chat and catch up.
Oh my god, seriously. Like, that's what the voice reminded me of.
Hey, how are you going? So what are you up to today? I'd love to chat and catch up.
Seriously. Like, I like how many different ones there are. Ooh, like, I don't know why I like the name Nigel.
Hey, how's it going? What are you up to today? I'd love to chat and catch up.
That's the Coppinger.
Hey, how's it going? What are you up to today? I'd love to chat and catch up.
No, that was Australian. No, that would be harder.
Hey there.
Yeah, because you have to
This is
configure
Melissa
it here.
From Amazon customer support. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. I was just calling to let you know about like a special discount on a product
Like,
you recently purchased.
what?
Thought you might, want to hear about
You
it.
know.
Please call me back on 1231 451 752.
Hey, how's it going? You know, if you have some free time, I'd love to grab a coffee and catch up with you.
That was Finnish. Here's a male French accent.
Hey, how's it going? I appreciate you selecting my voice.
That one sounds weird.
Ciao, how's it going? I can't tell you how flattered I am that you clicked
That's
on
Italian. Let's do Scarlet.
Whether you need the perfect narrator for your story or just a warm voice to bring your writing to life, you can count on me.
Oh, that one was actually pretty good. I'm looking right now. We'll see.
Hey, how's it going? What are you up to today? I'd love to chat and catch up.
So I don't see Danish. Let me show you all the ones we got. We got American, British, Australian, Irish, Italian, Canadian, Indian, South African, Finnish, French, and Mexican. Curious about the South African?
Hey, how's it going, my friend? I'm always here to chat if you need me.
Sounds like, Trevor Noah. Which, he's from South Africa, right? So that makes sense.
Oh, hello, dear. How are you doing? You know I'm around if you'd like to have a quick chat. Just let me know.
Hello. How are you doing today? Care to have a quick chat and catch up?
There's only a male French voice. I was hoping for, like, a female French voice.
Hey, how's it going? I appreciate you giving me a call. So, what would you like to chat about?
Yeah, so we kind of looked through all of them. I think there's one more Australian we can do.
Hey, how are you going? So, what are you up to today? I'd
What up,
love to
Max?
chat and catch up,
Yeah, I think Ruby's still the best one.
If you're feeling good right now, or just even okay, it's a great time to take a mental snapshot of what's going on around you. What might be contributing to the way that you feel right now? Think about the things that have happened
one's
recently
really good.
that might have made you feel okay, or even put you in a good mood. Perhaps you notice that spending time with a friend makes you feel good, or that ticking things off your to-do list is satisfying.
So it looks like with Play HT, you can create your own voices. Ruby was the one we just did. Let's go back to OpenAI because it's cheap. Let's just try a couple more OpenAI ones. We might be able to create our own voice over on Play HT. I haven't messed with it. I think 11 Labs has a similar thing. Hold on, wait. American Southern?
Never mistake motion for action.
American Irish?
Love is a serious mental disease.
Alright, so 11 Labs just really isn't that good.
The world is round, and the place which may seem like the end may also be the beginning.
These are really bad.
The scheduling tool is based on Microsoft Project Online and enables project and program teams to easily plan and monitor their projects.
Ooh, there you go. Alright, so yeah, 11 Labs, no good. What about Rhyme AI? Ooh, they've got a bug. They don't reset your filters when you change provider. It's kind of annoying. Rhyme AI doesn't let you do any testing. LMNT doesn't. Deepgram doesn't. Azure doesn't. Neats does, though. But there's no, like, there's no descriptions. All right, hold on. So, we just tried one of the OpenAI ones, and it was cheap. Like, it was really cheap. Fable? Or, let's do... We did Nova just now. Let's do Echo. Let's try one more. AI Panavision videos? No, I haven't.
Thanks for the support. Sergeant Pepper is the maestro of mayhem, a supervillain with the power to control minds through their hypnotic music. Their origin story begins in a secret military sound weapon laboratory, where they were once an ordinary music conductor before a freak sonic experiment infused them with extraordinary auditory control. Clad in a flamboyant military-style uniform, adorned with medals of their own wicked design, Sergeant Pepper can orchestrate chaos by wielding their baton, sending out waves of destructive musical notes. Their arch nemesis, known as Major Melody, is a virtuoso of vibrational harmony who tirelessly works to counteract Sergeant Pepper's dissonant destruction with the power of uplifting symphonies. Together, they compose the ultimate battle of sound in their quest for dominance over the city's auditory senses.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it really did infer Sergeant Pepper from, like, the Beatles album. Like, oh yeah, it's definitely music. Duh. It's gotta be music. Alright, I'm thinking we go back to Ruby. Like, I don't think we have anything that comes even close to Ruby. Yeah, Ruby for the win. It may cost me 10 cents more. I think it's worth it. Yeah, 1 second. I'm going to do one more thing, and we're going to switch the model from GPT-4 to GPT-4o just to test it. Ooh, looks like not found, really? Oh no, I think we're good. Let's try it.
Thanks for the support. Moshiko is a malevolent maestro of chaos known as the Rhythm Reaper. Originating from a small, peaceful village, they were once a celebrated musician. A tragic accident during a concert left them disfigured and vengeful. Moshiko acquired the power of sonic manipulation, allowing them to control sound waves and create devastating sonic blasts, hypnotizing melodies and disorienting noise. Moshiko conjures musical notes as weapons, their tunes strong enough to shatter walls or lull entire crowds into a trance. Wearing a dark, tattered cloak embedded with musical instruments, they seek revenge on those who ostracized them. Their arch-nemesis is Melodia, a virtuous conductor with the ability to counteract destructive sounds with harmonious waves. Melodia seeks to restore peace and harmony, constantly battling against Moshiko's chaotic symphonies.
Yeah, I think Ruby is the best one so far. So yeah, Vappy.ai is how we're doing all this, Moshiko. So it's basically gluing together some LLM, right, that does like the creation of like, you know, the content. It also does the, like, we're not using that part, but it does a voice to text to pass things to the LLM. That part's for like doing voice assistance where you would talk to it and it would infer things. And then from there, it does like, once it gets the model, like the data back from the model, it then does text to speech. So it's kind of gluing together like 3 different categories of AI providers. Right? So speech to text, you know, just open like, you know, AI model inference, etc., and like creation, like the creativity part. And then the third part is text to speech. So yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah, exactly. The others would actually be really good if Ruby wasn't available. Yeah. It's Ruby, R-U-B-I, R-U-B-Y. Yeah, Ruby is really good. But yeah, no worries. So, let's actually get to what we are doing today. We still want to go and let's shuffle this over. So yeah, we are creating a component for use inside of our blog post. We've got this blog post right here where we have some content in there. Why custom? We're going to rephrase a bunch of this, actually, because we're changing to FNV1A. Right, so a speed graph here would be worthwhile. And that might be a different graph, but we can probably just show, we can do some other stuff. But the distribution is the part that we care about, and this is where we'd want that component. So the part that we left off yesterday is that we do have this component made. Let's close a few of these. And yeah, hold on. Let me turn the temperature up just a little bit. The AC was set to 67 degrees, and it's a chilly enough day out that we probably don't even need the AC going, but, you know. Alright, so let's just do something like this. Foo, or I'd say title. We've got this component in there. And we don't need to worry about like showing the graph just yet. But we do want to get this component over into what we're doing with MarkDoc. And I need to figure out where we even have that config, like, going. It might be here. No, this is just for Astro's collection config. I gotta remember where we actually add stuff to it. I think it's markdoc.config.mjs. And it is. Yes. So, yep, nodes are what MarkDoc replaces things with. That's how we do like linking and things like that. We don't care about the nodes part right now. We do care about tags that we want to add to pages. So the next tag that we care about is not snippet. This one is going to be what was the name of that graph type? Box plot. And yeah, I mean, box plot is a graph. I don't think we'll end up needing another kind at all, so I think we're good there. We're going to want to end up rendering a component. The error level, if it breaks, is critical. It takes in some values. And those values that we care about, right? Like the attributes, right? Snippet, this is going to be data. It's a string, it defaults to empty, it is required, and error level is critical. Trying to think about how we want to do the rest of this part, and I think here I want to do data type is number, and it's not data, it's what do we want to call this? It's gonna be display count. Yeah. Or, right, count or limit. I think either one of those would work. Default here is going to be 10. We're going to do iterations. So then this ends up being, we'll just leave count. Iterations is a number, and that'll default to 1. I think 10. 10's probably fine. All right, so these are the props that we're going to end up passing into the component. We probably also want to pass in title. Oop. And I think we're good. This one is actually not required. The component we're loading, that one's going to change. That one is... Oh, and we do want it as an astro component. And yeah, this ends up just being a box plot. Box plot. We'll have to leave it like that. Yeah, VS Code has issues with capitalization that get kind of annoying. So now that we have the markdoc config saved, right? This needs to be box plot. And it's not in docs, it's in blog. I mean, it was at 59% earlier. We're at 62 already, right? We only have 9 days left. So yeah, we got to keep prompting people as the day goes on. And yeah, shit, sorry, we got distracted by the bot. Theo, what were you up to on your stream if you're still out there? And yeah, no worries if not. Anyone coming from Theo's raid, what was Theo up to? And if you're confused, it's not Theo like T3.gg Theo, it's B Theo, who's the like security focused dev streamer. So just in case. Gets a little confusing. It's like saying Chris, you know? Well, which Chris? So yeah, let's continue doing what we're doing. I want to get this added over here. So let me double check. All right, we see something like this. Oop. So data is a string, title, boo. I already forgot what we needed here. And yeah, we can move this over so I get a little more real estate. And what's up, Oral? How you doing? So yeah, title, data, count, and iteration. So hashing with the best of them. And it looks like I killed that server. So let's restart that server. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to fix that at some point. That's fine though. So we render this and we should see... Oh, we should see foo somewhere. Oh, you know what? Yeah, our astro component's empty. So let's go back up. This is what the code snippet astro component looks like. Let's just grab all of it, copy and paste it. But we don't care about Shiki. I'm not sure we care about this. Right, the astro props that we pass. Yep. So that's going to change. The types that we care about, we'll have to think about that for a second, but we're not using that. So our highlighted contents don't matter. And yes, instead of this, we want to do blog/boxplot. Yeah, so we do that. We do need to rename.
Thanks for the support. Spyrodonful, also known as the Hypnostorm, is a supervillain who can manipulate and control minds through hypnotic gusts of wind. Originating as a meteorologist caught in an experimental weather-controlling machine malfunction, they gained the ability to summon and direct powerful storm systems infused with hypnotic energy.
Oh, and I forgot
Spyrodonful uses their powers to create chaos and enforce their will upon whole spheres, drawing energy from the very hurricanes they unleash. Their arch-nemesis is Solar Flare, a hero who can harness solar energy to dispel the hypnotic storms and restore order. Spyrodonful's ultimate goal is to dominate the globe by bending minds to their stormy will.
Olavo, what do you mean by that? If you're thinking about, like, I would give up on it, I think we all know how unlikely that is. Got it. Okay. If you're gonna get, like, a bit morbid about it, well, I mean, you know, who thinks about anything being the last time they do something? It's not a thought that's worth entertaining. But yeah, Spiro, what were you up to? Yeah, let me look at the shout out. So Ryan, that one sounds like a threat. That one sounds like a threat. Like, oh man. But boring workday, paying the bills. That makes sense. Yeah, what are you working on for work right now? If you're around, Spiro, I get it if you had to go. I totally understand. Let me at least clue some people into what we're doing over here. I wonder if this is still running. Yeah. So we're going to take this box plot component and we're going to make it into a markdoc component. So basically, we just fiddled with this to kind of like, you know, understand some of the stuff we're doing with our with our data and everything, and we just wanted to like fiddle with it, treat this as a sandbox. But now we need to actually get these kind of graphs over into my blog for a blog post, and that's a little trickier. So what we end up doing is we create a markdoc component, and really a markdoc component is, in the context of Astro, it is a React component that we then put into an Astro component, and that allows us to set like the client load or client only kind of stuff. So we're in the process of doing that port, right? This box plot component is now what we got here. This right here, right? We get some other stuff. Let's just do, you know, like a foo for now. We just want to make sure that we wired things up, and this is actually going to like print out to our blog post right now. So yeah, we see foo. That's our title. It's pretty empty. It's not doing anything. The next thing we need to do then is grab some of the code snippets we got from our testing. And we've got a bunch of like CSV files that we're going to need to convert into a we're going to need to convert into JSON so it's easier for us to load, and we don't need to parse that at runtime anymore. Yeah, my camera is really good now. You know, it's like a decent camera in and of itself, but I just got a new lens, and that's the Sigma 16mm. It allows the aperture to go down to 1.4, which means it lets in way more light, so then I can fine-tune my ISO and my shutter speeds a lot easier, and it still looks like bright enough. So yeah, I'm really happy with this new lens. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. All right, so now that we got the responsive box plot here, we actually need to do some of this as well. We're just going to grab this entire snippet, even though things are going to be kind of broken. Inside of our React component, we then go do some of this junk. And this, we can just make into a fragment. I'm not positive we need that fragment yet, but we do need a wrapping div, because that's what gives us the height and width that the graphing library puts into it. So the dead pixel, you remember, that was up here? I don't think it was actually a dead pixel. I think it was just some like crud on my lens. And when I changed lens, it's no longer there. Which I'm okay with. All right, so we need to bring in responsive box plot. We don't need toml key. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I thought I was having issues with getting my camera to actually like identify the dead pixels, because that's what you're like all these cameras do. Every camera probably has dead pixels on the sensor, and the software in the camera actually like remaps those pixels to one next to it. As your sensor gets worse and worse, then it, loses quality, but it's not going to be like the fully stuck pixel anymore. It'll just, it'll be blocky. Pretty much all major DSLRs and mirrorless cameras do some kind of like pixel mapping when you either change the date massively, like it does it every couple months technically. If you change the date to a couple months in the future and then change it back, and after like turning it off and on, you'll actually hear the lens or the camera like do the mapping, which is interesting. Some cameras, their software even allows you to like press something in the settings that will, do a manual remapping as well. Not like manual like you're doing the pixeling, but to just do the trigger instead of having to fiddle with your date. For the most part, until it starts to get really bad quality-wise. We do need to bring in data, and this is the part where we probably end up needing all of our other stuff. So what I want to do, actually, before I go much further, is in the mark.config config where we have data. This is going to be data path. Right? This is a path to a JSON file that we want. So then, yeah, we're going to have data path. Oh, and this. Data path is string, count is a number, iterations, oh, and string is optional. Oh, wrong place. Iterations is also optional and number. And yeah, what's up, Space Case? How you doing? And yeah, hold up. We got any accountants out in chat? This is actually a serious question. I wasn't even kidding. I asked it on Twitter, basically. If I start streaming my sleep at night, could I write off an 8 sleep against the revenue on my taxes? Right? Would I have to incorporate my stream? It would just be a sole proprietorship. I'm not too worried about like the liability of that. But yeah, if I start doing a sleep stream, maybe on a different channel, right? Maybe over on gaming channel. If I start doing that, could I legitimately write off an 8 sleep? Because I definitely make enough money from this stream to do it. I don't make enough money for the other channel. But if I incorporate all of my streaming together, then we're good to go. And it doesn't even have to be every night. They're so expensive. That's why I want to do it, right? I think if we crunch the numbers and, we assume that I make around $500 a month from streaming, right? And that includes both channels, technically. And that's $6 grand a year. I could definitely write off an 8 sleep against that. as well as like camera upgrades and stuff. And I probably do want to start doing that, like, you know, for YouTube even. As I buy new gear for my YouTube channel, I might want to, like, write off the investment for gear towards that. Which I should have been doing all along. But I just haven't. At some point, there does end up being, like a diminishing return. Where, like, the effort to do that, like, tax manipulation would actually be offset by just making more money per year. But, yeah, at some point, probably still need to do it the smart way, because that's just more money I can spend on going to conferences, or just other stuff, you know? Saving up to buy a house. So I think that's my move. I'm just slacking. All right, so what we got is we need to do a use effect here. And we're gonna have some state as well. But yeah, the 8 sleep seems really good. I think Ken Wheeler has one. I think Theo has one as well. Not security Theo, but T3.GG Theo. Right, so T3.GG Theo. I think he has one as well. And basically what I've heard him and Ken Wheeler say is it does kind of ruin sleeping for you anywhere other than home now. Right? You go to a hotel and you don't have it, you kind of miss it. But luckily hotels, you can usually like crank the AC. Oh, and data here. Yeah, I've read about people where theirs ends up leaking. And it's typically under warranty still, but, you know, it does kind of like ruin your mattress by staining it and stuff. If you're using your mattress right, there's going to be stains anyway, though. Hey, know what I mean? Know what I mean? Hey. Yep. Is she a goer? Does she go? Hey, know what I mean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey. What do you mean? I don't know. Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts of that. Like, he's sitting there doing that whole thing, and by the end, he's like, I don't actually know. But could you tell me? Like, yeah. Monty Python's good stuff. I am talking about that. Yeah, exactly, Moshiko. I would have to slightly change my sleeping habits. It's pretty quiet. So, Space Case, if you've ever slept with a fan on, it's quieter than your fan. Like, from all the numbers I've seen. Faulty Towers, solid. 1 second. Let me double check my README on this project, actually. I don't think I recommend using Bun. Or, not Bun, Turbo. No. Definitely wouldn't do a shower stream. Yeah, and what I was gonna say is it would probably change the way I sleep a bit because I typically just sleep in, like, underwear. I'd probably have to fix that. Or I could just make the sleep stream happen on Kick, and then I'm good to go. But no, I don't want people seeing me in my underwear. That's gross. Hey, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Hey. Hey. Is he gonna shower? Does he shower? Like, yeah, exactly, Laughing Panther. But no, I could definitely, like, sleep in some pajamas. I'd be fine with that. Say no more, say no more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know the reference. You know the reference. Well, I guess if you do PNPM run dev from the top level, you have an issue. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. All right, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Theo did raid me. Do you remember what Theo was doing on his stream? And for everyone out there, this is security Theo, not ping.gg Theo. Yeah, I meant to ask him, but he left, you know, because I got distracted. And I do need to shout him out, though. Oop. There we go. He was making a Raspberry Pi box he could VPN to a scanner on a customer's site. Okay. That sounds interesting. But yeah, we do need some types for this. So let me go grab some of these types. So we're not using that value yet, but we do want to bring it out. So this is going to be we're going to want to make this more generic. They use an internal scanner on a VM, so his Pi box connects to that and can run scans. To be honest, you weren't following very closely, but that was the gist. Sure. The two Theos really need to be labeled at some point before a third Theo jumps in. And Codeverse, what's the time? Time is just the amount of time it's taken for the algorithm to run one iteration in the raw row part, and then row. Sorry, I still think that's hilarious. And then here, time for a row is actually like the averaged like time for every iteration. And we're going to call this label. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We're going to do algorithm here, but I'm trying to make this too generic right now, and instead what I need to do is just build it out for what we're doing. So we're going to call this raw row, and yeah, I still think it's hilarious. Raw row. So whoopin'. Basically what we're doing is we are making a blog post. That blog post is going to live over in the blog, similar to how we're doing this choosing languages for SDKs, but we are mapping out hashing algorithm, like times and distributions, into something like this. So if you look at it with numbers, this gram hash has a really terrible distribution. My own personal custom algorithm, also not a great distribution for numbers. DJB2, not a great distribution, right? The 50% is at 57. Whereas then once we get to something like FNV1A, right? Pretty damn close. So the key gist is we're doing this for gradual releases, not password hashing. So we want to compare some of these other things we got with things like MD5, SHA-224, etc. And we also want to measure how long they take, because your gradual feature flag might be on a hot path. Usually it won't, but it could be. So at that point, we should make sure that it's at least fast enough to. The main reason we want to do something like a custom hash or a grams hash or FNV1A is that they're incredibly simple, which means it's really easy to port from language to language in languages that don't have them implemented. FNV1A doesn't actually come out of the box in any language I know of, right? Not JavaScript or Node, not Go, but it's so simple to implement that it's easy. Whereas like MD5 and some of these others might be a lot more effort to actually implement. And some of them deal with like big num or big numbers, things that are greater than 64-bit, which means it doesn't work in JavaScript. So we want to really focus on numbers that work everywhere, because we need our SDKs for this feature flag thing we're building to be consistent. Collisions are intended. When you're doing a gradual release, you're just trying to hash a value into a number between 0 and 100. Collisions are the goal. Yeah, right? It's just, we want to release to 20% of users. Yeah, we want people to collide within that 20% bucket, but we want it to be an even distribution over a realistic number of IDs. So yeah, it's fundamentally different from people who do security and things like that. This is more similar to what you would expect in a hash map hashing algorithm, right? If you have a hash map that is, let's say, 20 keys in a list, in an object, and you want to then have those be arrays, but you want those arrays to be consistently sized so that your lookups are fast, right? Then yeah, you definitely want something that encourages collisions instead. And yeah, I want to turn this into a blog post and a meetup talk, and if I can get it done today or tomorrow, I think I might even be able to propose it for like a conference or two, which I think would be fun. I understand that 10x programmer, but big int or big num ends up being slow compared to regular number stuff. It's why I think our algorithm ends up being faster than some of these others, because those have to use big int because they're things like 224 or whatever. So yes, if speed is important, which we kind of think it is because someone might be on the hot path, then we just have to do something that might be faster if it works that way. And we're using big int right now, right? Because we're still using numbers that output something like 224-bit numbers, etc. So we're already using big int, but we want to avoid it if we can. And thank you for the follow, Whoopin. I just saw that. So Codeverse over on YouTube. Were you actually asking about what the time value was, or were you asking what time of day it is for me right now? I might have misunderstood that. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's so smooth, right? So, like, yeah, no jagged edges for your eyes to get hung up on, right? How's your code gonna flow if your font doesn't flow? Riddle me this, Batman. Yeah, for this purpose, normal numbers are totally fine, though, 10x programmer. Float versus int doesn't actually affect us. Eric's, technically, I don't care. It's a font. I don't care about monospacing. I don't care about like how Go wants to indent colons and stuff like that. Lining up colons is like a human centipede kind of thing, right? Sounds evil, doesn't it? So yeah, I don't care about monospacing in my editor. You like that joke one, Plane? Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that one. That's a tweet that I need to schedule. That's a tweet I need to schedule. Yeah. I don't use a monospaced font in my editor. Only becomes noticeable when I use when I write Go because the auto formatter tries to line up the colons. Don't do that. Lining up colons is a human... Leave lining up colons to the doctor from the human centipede. How do we feel about that tweet? Pretty good? No, I'm good on that one. No. We don't need to be that harsh. It's a bit harsh. It's a little outside the vibe of how I tweet. Now, if I had said something like, eat my shorts, that would work. But it's a little too confrontational. You don't get the reference there, chatting on a yoinked phone? I would say maybe just watch like the Human Centipede episode of South Park. Oh wait, do we actually have a clip of me saying that? Oh, you just clipped it just now. Nice. We should turn that into a short. We should turn that into a short or something. I'm a little too zoomed in for shorts, though. So yeah, I would say you probably want to watch the South Park episode, because I've never seen the actual film, Human Centipede. But just think about it. He sews 3 people together to where they become basically a human centipede. So, one person, another person, and they're all sewn together. So, in essence, their colons are in a line. If looked at from above. I believe the movie Clerks 2 told me that in the heat of the moment, sometimes that's okay. I don't know. Never done it. Alright, we're getting a little gross. Let's try and keep it a little more, like, PG. It's on me. It's my fault. But yeah, we're going to schedule this tweet. I think it's fine. Alright, what day of the week do we want to do this on?
Thanks for the support.
That sounds like a Saturday tweet to me, for sure. It's a very highbrow reference. Exactly. No, I try and think about my tweets a little more. Sometimes when someone gets me into like a Twitter argument, I might not think about it as much. I ended up having to mute Getify. I've just seen him popping up in my timeline with just the worst takes, and I took the bait yesterday, which I'm not too proud of. But he's just so needlessly pedantic. Hold on, let me find it. All right, yeah, it's this thread. Oh, and hold on. Oh, yeah, here it is. So, which of the following is not a valid way to declare a variable in JavaScript, right? Like, I typically wouldn't engage with a tweet like this anyway. Right? Sure. But then you get getify in there. Trick question. Neither const nor constant will declare a variable. And here we go. Const will, though. It's not a trick question. Const does not declare variables because they cannot be reassigned. It declares constants. He's, like, really just ignoring what variable means in that context, right? Can it vary in any way? It doesn't literally mean reassignment. Yeah, T3 Theo talked about it yesterday too. Right? So he's just completely ignoring what the essence of variable means. Right? So yeah, it sounds to me like constants are variables, no? By definition, constants do not vary. Little far-fetched, don't you think? Variables are simply containers that store information. Const does that. Hence, const is a way of declaring a variable. By definition, a variable is able to be changed or adapted, therefore the complete opposite of a constant. I don't think it's far-fetched at all. Const foo equals object. Foo.lmao is where is your const now? I thought that was just a good, fun tweet. Right? So yeah, I got baited. I totally got baited into this argument. He deleted his comment. Yeah. He started complaining about JSTS, and I had to quote tweet him. So he deleted his comment between these. Good thing I screenshotted it. So then here... So JavaScript's implementation of a constant references that don't work as expected means we now need to change the dictionary? You provided the definition of what a variable is. JS's version of const satisfies that definition. You are in a thread literally about JavaScript. Like, dude. Literally about JavaScript. So then... So, yeah, hold on. Where's the other one? Here's this one. This guy's just such a tool. It satisfies it as much as needed. Able to be changed or adapted. Changing a property is changing the object. Changing a property is adapting the object. This guy just really, really sucks to talk to. Like, yeah, this is a block now. Yeah, like the literal definition, not even the fake one. But that's even better, right? Words change over time. Deal with it. Words change over time, man. Deal with it. To decimate something now means to reduce it more than 10%. It used to mean just 10%, and that's what the root words definitely mean. But as words change over time, you just got to accept it. Bi-weekly now means either every 2 weeks or twice a week. Words change over time. It's fine. Yeah, decimate comes from some Roman thing where a soldier's wages would be reduced by 10% or something like that. Or a soldier's assets or something like that. I'd have to look up the exact definition. But that's the literal definition of where it comes from. But it changes over time, so you just got to deal with it. Was that it? It was the legions themselves would reduce by 10% so they could reform into separate legions? Okay, I thought it was more to do with assets. But yeah, I think I'm just remembering that wrong. I thought it was a tax, basically. But yeah, I think maybe it was based partially on the Romans kind of discovered that you can only really maintain a relationship with like 150 people at a time. Right? So a lot of like battalions and legions and blah, blah, blah were actually adapted around that kind of number. So yeah. Two pizza teams. There you go. So yeah, back to the code we're writing. So what this ends up being is... yeah, we need data row, which I think we copied. And we're only ever going to use it here. We'll leave a comment. Not generic enough, but works for now. This right here is going to be data and set data. One sec. And yeah, this is going to be data row array. Because we control where the data is coming from, I'm okay with doing a top-level array as well. As far as like how our JSON's set up. I think I'm fine with that. So we're gonna do that, data, set data, and then we put data right there. But, hold on. I'm missing a step. So we're parsing this as a raw row. Raw row. My brain's gonna keep doing that. Raw row. Stupid brain. All right, so we want to bring in box plot datum. Wait, what's up? You're talking about like the... Oh, JSON popularity over time. Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting. Yeah, that does seem weird. Alright, so... I think I want to do something like this. Boxplot datum comes from Nevo Boxplot. So then parse data is what we'll call it. We don't need to log it. And this could actually just become a map. And this is boxplot datum. So then we're going to do a use effect here. The use effect thing that's going to be changing is going to be our data path. And this, yeah, we're going to need two things here. We're going to have data, set data, and we're going to have maybe like full data. We'll consider the full data later. For now. It's pretty nice, yeah. Yeah, because it's basically just D3, but it makes it like easier to tie into like a reactive context, like for React, you know? Like, D3 is already reactive itself, but linking it up is a little more effort. So yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. We used it at the last company I worked at. That's kind of close. It's actually really close. I don't think I need search params. We don't need count. We don't want to do it from the href, which means we can probably just do this. Slash, and I think it's just this. We are going to end up needing count and iterations, though. What up, X Factor? How you doing? All right, so the next step, before we can really do anything else, is we need the data actually fetchable. Sorry, itchy eye. What else do we need to pass to it? We need... Oh, count is actually required. We'll say 10. So that part's good. But we've got one flaw in our blog post now. This would be data path. They're saying we got to change the import of Nevo to a dynamic import because it's ESM? Really? We did not have to do that. Find it odd that we need to do that here. But okay. And why doesn't it complain there? Yeah, alright, so we'll do... I don't know if we can actually do this part. Downgrade to Nevo 0.78. That is not ideal. And I'm pretty sure this ends up being the exact same issue that we had at my previous job, too. Oh, did it recommend to switch to loose mode instead of strict? For the docks, I don't know if I mind that as much. Oh, I might have missed that part. Yeah, let's just see if this reloads. If it works, then we're good. It's not ideal, but... yeah, no. What version of Nevo are we on? 86? So downgrading to 78 could work. I don't want to, though. Yeah, I really don't want to, but maybe we have to. I wonder if ES module interop fixes some of that. This strikes me as like a Veet issue, though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do need to use the restroom, though. Yeah, normally you just, like... it depends on what tool you're using, right? Next versus Astro versus other stuff. They all kind of have their own, like, preference on how you solve this. Right? Versus raw react versus other stuff. No, you haven't. That's a good one there, One Plane. Yeah, I'm going to go use the restroom and pour some more water. I think we can have a beverage, right? I got work to do tonight, so we're going to have just like the one or two instead of the party time like we normally do. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and I will see you in just a sec. And I'm back. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the week or anything? Got some more water poured. Let's do a beverage. Let's do some Basil Hayden. Working out and listening to the stream? Nice. Hell yeah. What type of exercise you doing? I did a nice solid walk yesterday and today. 2 days in a row is kind of rare for me. Running on the treadmill, nice. I typically only run from things. But yeah, yesterday I ended up walking around like 2 miles. Today I did about a mile. A mile is my like average, like what I tend to like try and walk. It's a good solid like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Like I do like a 17 minute to 18 minute mile when I'm walking. And then I'll typically walk for like, I'll try for a full half hour. So it's easily like 1.5 most of the time. It's usually closer to like 25 minutes. There's just like a point that I walk to and then I walk back. So based on my pace, sometimes it's quicker. But from measurements, it's like, you know, a good like 150 calories just burned real quick. It's not bad. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I feel it like in my heart. Like in a good way. When I was much more sedentary, because I didn't have a good place to walk. I was definitely like feeling some stuff while going to sleep at night sometimes, which is definitely not good. Like I'd take a deep breath and I'd feel just, I don't know, something in the heart that wasn't ideal. So, feels better now. Like I haven't had that feeling for a long time. I'd like to get my weight back down to like 150. I'm at like 165 right now. Really? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I've had my heart tested and it was fine. But it's still just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just in my head. But yeah, it just feels better to get out and move. And then, I don't know. I don't get like as stressed about it. But yeah, wasn't plain. You actually said you were working on some Kubernetes stuff? Terraform. Yeah. So terraforming some AWS and Kubernetes, doing some speaking at college, first year introductions, and then Cloudflare Immerse, which usually boils down to free food and drinks and marketing talk. So wait, what is Cloudflare Immerse? Is that a conference? Oh, and Space Case. Yeah, you read the thread. Not someone I'd want to work with for sure. What did Space Case say recently? Did I miss a comment? Or is that just something where you guys were chatting previously and, you know, picking up a thread? Oh, how to pin comments. Oh, yeah, in your chat. So technically there is a pinned one from Four Wheel. Oh, I gotcha. Because you were seeing, like, Space Case, you were seeing the comment that he pinned. Yeah, so in your chat, if you just, like, mouse over someone's, like, message, there should be, like, the reply button. And then for mods, there's the pin this message button right next to it. So I can show you right here on stream real quick. So, like, especially if you click someone's message, it stays persistent. But if you, you know, click off of it and then mouse over, you can also see it. Yep, yeah, no worries. Oh, that's awesome. That's a good tweet. Or a good reply. Oh, we need to make a million lint video. Million lint! We could do a few of them. Hold on. Yeah, we'll turn it into a clip. That way you can download it, right? Hold on. Let's do that in a second. But yeah, this one's good. It's basically Fred K. Shot, one of the creators of Astro, said, you know, he was replying or quote tweeting Dex. Over the last few days, I've been grateful that I don't have an employer that gets pinged with other companies are upset with me. I think he means when other companies are upset with me. I know at least 2 people who have been fired this way. Oh, I got you, Four Wheel. That makes sense. I just missed it a while ago or something. But yeah, so then I was like, oh, is the Chalkboard Mafia constantly sending you angry messages about B. Holmes dev? Because if you're not aware, Ben Holmes is the whiteboard dev. So obviously the Chalkboard Mafia would be bummed. So yeah, that's a solid response that he had. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. He's doing a Godfather reference, I'm pretty sure, right? Pretty sure that's what, Godfather 3? I never actually watched any of the Godfathers. They're really boring. I find them really boring. And I liked There Will Be Blood, okay? So that says something. I actually really liked There Will Be Blood. So I don't know what it is about The Godfather that I just don't enjoy that much. I just think, as a director, there's just so much more going for There Will Be Blood. I forget who the director of that was. Right? The characters I find more interesting. But who's the director? Paul Thomas Anderson? Yeah, Paul Thomas Anderson. I think he's just far more creative than Francis Ford Coppola is with angles. Right? Like, the camera work is not boring. It's the dialogue and the, you know, the tension that's being built. I can see people thinking There Will Be Blood is boring in that way. And it's a long movie, so it does have some pacing issues. But I just think we've learned so much about filmmaking since The Godfather was made. Mostly stuff that The Godfather probably helped teach us compared to like films that came before it. But nowadays, like, good filmmaking is almost a science, right? Like, it's provable and measurable in a way. Like, I love the movie Real Genius. It has major pacing issues with how many montages there are and stuff like that. You will absolutely have that moment halfway, maybe 2/3 through it, where you're like, wait, is this still going? That's a problem. You want to feel like completely immersed into a film the entire time. Otherwise, you've got a problem. Inception has great pacing. Yeah, that's something that that director does really well, right? Memento doesn't have a single moment where you're like, wait, why am I still watching this? Or is this still going? Because you're in it, right? Your suspension of disbelief and your just the way that it pulls you into that world is so strong. So yeah, I think that's a big thing there. Right? Like, a good film, you almost lose your sense of self, even. Right, because Oppenheimer seems like it would be, like, slow and, you know, like, real, like, dialogue heavy and blah, 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 right? I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not sure. But that's, like, one of my favorite things, where you'll watch a movie and you're like, wait, it's over already? Right? Even though it's a long film, it's an hour and a half at least, it didn't feel like an hour and a half. Yeah, there you go. I haven't seen Avatar 2. I forgot it even came out. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch that at some point. I had a problem with Avatar because it just felt like Fern Gully to me. Like, I couldn't shake the parallel of that. So that actually, like, kind of, like, pulled me out of the film. Fern Gully's great. Yeah, for sure. And gnarly. I gotcha, Seb. I bet, like, certain movies might. But, you know, it's just less common for you in movies. Sure. You really disliked the first, never saw the second? Yeah, I think a big part is, that main actor dude. He sucks. Isn't it funny how Hollywood really, like, makes some, like, flavor of the couple years kind of actor? They really try and push him on us, and it just doesn't work. And then they're relegated to character actor stuff at that point. That's how that one dude feels. Yeah. I forget his name. He does a really bad American accent. So, like, you know, you end up hearing the Australian come through too much. And, like, that pulls you out of it, right? And he's just not a good actor in general. He yells a lot. Right? Like, he does a really good yell, right? For, like dubbing and things like that. And that might be one of the big things. Like, he's really good in, like, the dub studio afterwards. Because I don't know if you know this. Like, so much of the dialogue that we hear in films isn't actually what was recorded on set. Especially if it's, like, out and about in the world. There's going to be background noise. There's going to be all sorts of stuff. They're going to have the audio recorded so that the person trying to do the dub in the studio can hear what they were sounding like, and then they can record the dub in much higher quality in a sound studio with full isolation. Pretty much any movie filmed, or any scene filmed outside, nah, they're dubbing that stuff. Like, not like 100%, but so much of it. That part started blowing my mind when I finally, like, realized that. And you can spot it in some movies where, like, the dub just doesn't line up properly because they didn't spend enough money for the studio time afterwards. In the movie Necessary Roughness, there's a bunch of scenes where Coach Gennaro and, like, his assistant coach are outside at the stadium, but, like, their lips aren't synced up. Are you talking about Michael Winslow? I got the bleeps, I got the sweeps, and I got the creeps. The what, and the what? You know, the bleeps. Boop. Like the guy that does the sound effects, right? Yeah. Oh, were the backgrounds all wrong? Ooh, those are interesting. So those are like studio filmed ones. I think it's way better when they actually film the people in an actual car, and you can tell that it's like real behind them, but they're not actually driving the car, they're being dragged behind another vehicle. When a studio has like the money for those scenes instead of like filming it on a soundstage, so much better. Yeah, like the background is just like the perspective is wrong and it's not moving at the right speed and like just, ugh. Yeah, there's a lot of movies that mess that one up. I never saw Baby Driver. I like that director though. That's the dude that did the Cornetto trilogy and stuff, right? Matthew Vaughn, I think. Hold on, I gotta double check this now. Edgar Wright is the Cornetto trilogy though. Yeah, I keep mixing up Matthew Vaughn and Edgar Wright. That's on me. And if you don't know what I mean by the Cornetto trilogy, that's Shaun of the Dead, that's Hot Fuzz, and that's At World's End. I don't know why they call it the Cornetto trilogy, but yeah. Yeah, Shaun of the Dead's a classic. Really well done. A cornetto appears in each. I mean, there's cornettos in all sorts of stuff, you know? Like, I'm just really curious, like, why it got named that way, right? Why they decided to add a cornetto into the film, you know? Maybe it's because, you know, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost were just eating a lot of cornettos while they were writing. Thank you for the follow. Is that Bry or Bree? Oh, yeah. Space Case, where they're like, ba-dun-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun, ba-dun-da-dun-da-dun. Right? Yeah. They're doing white lines. Bry is in Brian. Awesome. And hey, Spheriphoria, what's up? How are you doing?
Thanks for the support.
Huge raid. Yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna have to make the bot redo your name. 1 second. Yeah. And hold on. I know I've asked you. Is it Sphero or Sphero? I think it's Sphero, right? Okay. Yeah. Let's try this again. Oh, that's right. You didn't have a major preference.
Spheriphoria is a supervillain who commands the power to manipulate gravity and generate great gravitational fields. Originating as a once-esteemed astrophysicist, they discovered a way to tap into the fabric of space-time itself. After a rogue experiment went awry, Spheriphoria gained the ability to create devastating black holes and manipulate planetary orbits, wreaking havoc on Earth, one city at a time. They have an otherworldly appearance with shimmering, galaxy-like eyes and a suit adorned with celestial designs. Their arch-nemesis is Captain Equinox, a superhero who harnesses the balanced energies of day and night, stabilizing the chaotic forces of gravity that Spheriphoria unleashes. Their battles often involve epic cosmic clashes and high-stakes confrontations that threaten the very stability of the Earth's gravitational integrity.
That was awesome. That was a good one. What were you doing specifically on stream today? So yeah, you're making your video editor. Like what portion of the video editor are you on? Yeah, you sound cool. I mean, you do sound cool. Struggling with audio. Oh, right. Okay. Hard life. Yeah. Have you run into like issues with like keyframes and things like that yet? Oh, you're getting crackles. Oh, it's like noise in the audio. That's not good. Video feels fine. Yeah, I just know I've messed with lossless cut, and lossless cut is very much like, yeah, if you want to do lossless like clipping, you can only clip based on like keyframes. Otherwise, to do it any other way, you basically have to remux the whole thing. Or re-encode, I guess. So yeah, that's always fascinating to me. Like if you don't have your keyframes set right, then yeah, yep. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the follow, PortsDev. Welcome. So let me at least explain what we're doing here real quick. What's going on around here? Well, we finished graphing our hashing algorithms, and we've got those over here, and we can compare and contrast the various like algorithms together. We are only showing the top 10, like the fastest 10. So if we look at it, as an example, Graham the dev gave us an algorithm that is extremely similar to my custom algorithm, but he uses different magic numbers. But it turns out that his algorithm and my algorithm both actually fail when dealing with like incremented numbers turned into strings still. And I'm sure there's some like reason for that collapse. But when we look at it with strings like UUIDs, etc., Graham's is quite good. Like, yeah, really like just awesome. And it's the fastest one, which is interesting. But at the end of the day, we need something that's going to be stably hashed across like a really good distribution. Because remember, this is hashing for what you might do for a hash map, not hashing for like passwords. So we don't need cryptographic hashes. What we actually want is collisions, right? Or are collisions. So basically, we're trying to have a good algorithm for a gradual release of a feature flag. So if you want to release out to 20% of your users, yeah, we're hashing the user IDs into a number between 0 and 100, and we expect collisions at that point, right? Collisions are actually the goal. So that's one thing to remember. This is a different type of hashing. And that's also why we didn't necessarily need to worry about SHA-224 or RIPE-MD or some of these other like cryptographic hashes, right? MD5 is not cryptographic and it's nice and fast, but the spread is not good. So as we start graphing the spread, we can see that the median and like the quantiles don't line up exactly. So theoretically, if our distribution was perfect, the 25% would be at 25. Instead, it's at 27.22. The 50% would be at 50, but it's at 52.50. 75%'s at 76.6 instead of 75, and then 100 we would want to see really high up there towards the end. But for the end values, we don't necessarily care if our distribution of 1,000 IDs that we hashed actually hits absolute 0 and absolute 100. We just need it to get within like a good margin of error. And to me, like 1 or 2% is within a good margin of error, so this is close enough. But can we get something better that's also faster, that's maybe easier to implement in other languages? And that's what we end up getting with FNB1A. Exactly, Omar. Yeah. So feature flagging as in remote runtime configuration, rather than build time configuration like environment variables. If you're doing feature flagging at build time or deploy time, that's not feature flagging. That's just environment variables. The entire goal of feature flagging is to decouple runtime evaluation from your deploy process because, you know, let me put it this way. You might be on a project at work where you guys deploy 20 times a day. Sure, I get it. That happens a lot. But if you needed to schedule deploying, how much lead time do you need to make sure that QA reviews everything, right? That you go up through all 3 environments of like dev to staging to production. All of that is easily going to be like, well, yeah, no, if we wanted to release at a specific time, we got to get that started an hour and a half before, right? Because it'll take 20 minutes inside of your CI/CD process per environment. It'll take 10 minutes at least to like reach out to QA and then have them review the thing. So all of this stuff incurs time, and if you want to turn something on or off fast, you can't depend on your deploy process. And that's like the best case scenario, right? At like a large enough organization. The worst case scenario is something like a mobile app or a desktop app, right? Just imagine a mobile app where you submit to the Apple Store, and then a day later you might get a review saying like, oh, this thing needs to change. Then you go fix it, and then you wait another day, and oh, hey, this other thing needs to change, or you didn't fix it properly, or whatever. Maybe a different reviewer spots something different. You could go through that process and easily get into the weekend, and then you're not fixing it until Monday, and that's like 7 days worth of junk, you know? Gaming consoles, another good example. Yep. So instead, being able to turn something off or on remotely is incredibly important. So Omar, with feature flags, you're gonna have if conditions built into the code. That's like fundamentally the same whether you're doing it in the DB or whether you're doing it in code. I think a big thing though is the more you throw these things into your database, the more you're kind of like polluting your database, and like modifying schemas is not that fun either. Instead, you typically want to have this in a totally separate database instance. That way you're not worrying about the scalability of the two things together, right? Decoupling those things is also useful. You can definitely do it in the DB, but then you need someone to go in and modify the database. Ugh. Yikes. You know? I have way less trust in building out a UI that modifies that thing in the DB that someone from management, right? A product manager, product owner, whatever, might be able to toggle on their own. So instead, if you decouple those things, yeah, you're not giving them full database access, but you're still giving them the ability to change things at runtime. In many cases, you also don't want to do that just because, like, the more connections you have to the database, the more overhead that incurs, especially if you're doing Postgres. Postgres is a process per database connection, which is really heavy, whereas with MySQL, it's at least just a thread. Does that make a lot of sense? I hope it makes sense. If you want me to explain and kind of get into it more, I can. Right, and that does totally work, Omar, but it's so much nicer to have something that's just totally separate, because then you're not, you know, you're decoupling these things. Your feature flagging isn't a database operation, you know? In larger companies, such as Netflix, they have one big canonical database, and then they have, like, backend for front ends that might implement their own, like, caching layer and their own, like, APIs that then go hit that database, but, like, not just the database. Let me put it this way. They have their own API. They have probably a bunch of databases, but they have one canonical API. For you to get something changed on that big core API, right, such as adding an endpoint or anything like that, is a whole bunch of checks and balances and rigmarole. So instead, Netflix employs the back-end for front-end approach, where you might have your own back-end defined for your front-end, and you can make all sorts of, like, endpoints for that, where your front-end is nice and easy and clean, making one request to your back-end for front-end, and then your back-end for front-end is actually hitting the core canonical database and, like, gluing together a bunch of endpoints and aggregating and filtering and doing a whole bunch of stuff that you're not going to be able to have the core API team actually implement in a reasonable amount of time. It's a very similar approach where, like, yeah, you're not going to be able to get a modification to the core canonical database in a lot of organizations for something as ephemeral as a feature flag, you know? So instead, you need, like, a thing that you can modify quicker. Right? And it goes the same for an API, right? If you're going to do it in the database, you need some way of fetching that from the database. That's another API. Right? So at some point, if you're doing your own database-based feature flagging, you're basically building out an API that other companies have already built out and battle-tested and proven. And doing that yourself takes away from you actually delivering value in some other way by making features for your users. So it's the main, like just argument for a software as a service, especially a service that is not part of your core feature set. Right? It might be totally possible to build your own Stripe, but the time you're spending building your own internal Stripe is time that you're not delivering features for your users. Yeah, there's an opportunity cost of that time being wasted, when instead you could have been doing something that separates you from the rest of the market better. And I think good questions. I feel like I'm getting better and better at explaining some of this stuff every time. I'll definitely, like, push back and not want to explain all of that if someone comes in here in 5 minutes and asks the same question. You know, I gotta, like, pick and choose my battles, but right after a raid is a really good time for it. But if I really, like, did this entire spiel every time someone asked about it, I'd never get anything done. So I gotta, like, pick and choose when and where I fight that battle, you know? So yeah, you only encountered the front-end experimental features as the front-end checks Meta has for Instagram as dev tools. That's awesome. Yeah, no worries. So keep in mind, this is not just front end. Your back end also needs to be aware of what flags are turned on for a specific user. So you actually need both your front end and back end to be hitting some canonical source of what features are turned on or off. So feature flagging is not just a front end problem. Now, what you might be talking about is slightly different, where like in Chrome, you can enable experimental features by going into your settings and doing stuff. That could be a feature flag, but it's different from the remote configuration of just turning it on for everyone, right? They both are useful in applications, but at some point, they have different goals. So Omar, that's what we're talking about when we talk about a gradual release, right? So if you want to do a gradual release, you want to pick from the users at somewhat random, not like fully random, but not like specific user IDs. And you might want to release a feature out to 20% of users before you release it out to 100%, just to make sure it's not broken. Right? So you might do gradual releases where you do 20% of users. Is everything going okay? Are we getting some good like use cases, etc.? Sure. Well, now let's do out to 40%. Okay, things are still good. Let's do out to 60%. Okay, things are still good. How about 80%? Oh no, we discovered a bug. Let's roll it back and turn it off for everyone. We got to fix that bug before we can actually like let anyone truly use this thing, because if one user has that bug, it could break and, you know, it could break all sorts of things in really unexpected ways. So, like, that's like what we're talking about with a gradual release. So that is what this graph is actually specifically for, our hashing algorithm for that gradual release process. You pass us a user ID, we hash that user ID into a number between 0 and 100. No, so X factor, what you're getting at there, and yes, I know it doesn't necessarily need the back end. I totally understand. But what you're also getting at is feature flagging is a building block to A/B testing. A/B testing is just feature flags with measurement. Which is why I'm going to wire up to OpenTelemetry at some point too. Yeah, for the most part, X Factor, I know it doesn't need the back end every time, but I just wanted to point out that feature flagging is not an only front end thing. We're not going to be doing open feature yet, because I don't think open feature allows us to attach and deal with metadata in the way I would like. I'd have to double check and look at it, for sure. Right? Like, I need scheduling, I need all sorts of things that open feature, as far as last time I looked, didn't support well. So open feature is like a stretch goal way later down the line. My current goal is to work like some kind of callback for OpenTelemetry so that you can tie that into your OTel like SDK or client or whatever. Collect that stuff, and then you can just easily query for it. Bam. So yeah, OpenTelemetry stuff is going to be my first major goal. Open feature, I'm thinking, is a little later down the line. And yeah, the OpenTelemetry part, I think, is going to be quite fun. what's my end goal here? Hopefully to get a bunch of users, provide this service for basically free, maybe make some money off of like services contracts for larger companies that want an SLA to get me on the phone whenever so I can help their devs implement the thing if, you know, if they need, whatever. And then eventually sell it to some company. I think that's going to be the main goal. I do actually wonder, right? Like, I had already been doing the Git native or Git ops approach to, like, yeah, well, how do you release out changes to feature flags? Well, yeah, we want to wire that up to a Git repo. That way you get audit tracking of, like, who changed what and when. I really wonder if it might be an eventual acquisition by GitKraken, because it's so, like, Git focused. Now, I haven't approached or talked to anyone about that. It's not even really, like, a big concern for me to, like, do that yet. But I am wondering if there is some, like, some number where buying Vexilla totally makes sense. Because I do think it makes sense for GitKraken eventually as, like part of their umbrella of just, like, Git tooling. Right? Anything, like, majorly related to Git is kind of in their wheelhouse. We'll see. We'll see. I think pretty much any company that is concerned with feature flagging and kind of wants to bring that into their, like, vertical would be a potential acquisition. Like, I could even see, like, open telemetry providers that don't have a feature flagging thing considering it. I definitely see some stuff for this. But I need to get users first. That's the important part. So yeah, I need to, like, build this out, do the blog post, do the release of all the SDKs. I've got 2 of them published right now that I need to do a little bit of work on before, like, a bunch of people start using it. But yeah, it's pretty fun. So, now that I explained all of what the feature flagging stuff we're doing is and how we're doing it and why we're doing it, what we're actually doing right now, the specific part of it, is we're trying to build out a blog post to talk about why we chose the hashing algorithm that we chose. And part of that involves making a markdoc component, which is really a React component wrapped into Astro that is then importable into MarkDoc. And if you're not aware of MarkDoc, it's like MDX, but it's focused more on documentation creators rather than developers. MDX is very much like developer focused because you're writing like real React in your Markdown files. Whereas instead with MarkDoc, it ends up looking more like a shortcode from WordPress. So your content people are actually more reasonably prepared to do something about it, right? More reasonably, like, able to understand what this looks like because they've seen shortcode syntax if they've done any WordPress before. So we are creating a component that doesn't render anything yet. It just renders foo. Or actually, no, we ran into an error and it doesn't render anything because now we're getting ES module problems. Which is why I'm not necessarily that adamant about getting right back to work. Which is why I like describing some of these things is totally worth it. And what's up, Trevenge? How you doing? Yeah, D3 interpolate. is our big issue here. And we might just end up downgrading our version of Nevo. I really don't want to do that, though. But we can't do a dynamic import either. No, there's definitely like a fix for it. I know I've dealt with it before as well. I'm just trying to remember how. Yeah, so Astro. Yeah, Astro ESM. Hold on, I think I need to just split out the type. Nope. So I don't think that's gonna fix it. Dude, it's so cool to see these guys, like, so involved in their repo, right? Nate and Fred K. Right? Because they're, like, big enough that, you know, that could be someone else's job or something. So maybe it's in the Veek config? I don't think that's gonna fix it, but maybe. And real quick, so yeah, Omar, thank you for that follow. That was a while back, sorry. And Trap Exit, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How y'all doing? What's everyone up to? You guys having a good day? I'm having a great day here. Had some amazing raids by some really cool people like Sparrow and Spiro, which is a little confusing, but there's Spiridon FL, and then there's Spharophoria. Keep that in mind. Then we also got a raid from Theo, not like T3 Theo, but like Security Theo. Awesome dude as well. So yeah, like a lot of really good raids today. I'm really happy with it. Thank you. I'd love to pay it back more, but you know, time of day ends up being a big part of it. At some point, I'd love to start doing like morning streams again. Yeah, so that didn't fix it. No, it actually does restart, right? They see that changes happen and then they do it. $3DO? Homebrew tooling? Ooh, Trap, that's super cool, man. And you stream? Okay. I don't think I knew that. Let me double check. Yeah, I don't think I follow you. Yeah. As of a couple weeks ago? Okay, so you're new to it. Nice. Are you in the software and game dev category, or are you in science and technology? Because I would recommend software and game dev, personally. I do know that there's a few people that go do science and technology still, and I think it makes it, like, trickier for them. Wait, what about Heroes of Might and Magic? That is a solid game. But yeah, let me give you a follow. Oh, so... Oh, I'm not sure One Plane. I don't know anything about that. I know just 3DO was a system. But was it named after the company that made it too? Right? Like, this was the 3DO. Panasonic. That's the company. So yeah, I wasn't aware of Might and Magic being related to, like, 3DO at all. You were... Okay. Oh, it is the same 3DO, actually. So there was the hardware 3DO, and then there was the 3DO company that did Of Might and Magic. I didn't know that. Oh, that's amazing. I had no idea. Oh, hold on, wait. You said Heroes of Might and Magic, right? Yeah. Oh! New World Computing was a subsidiary of the 3DO company. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. That does help and explain a lot more. Got it. Yeah, I never played Heroes of Might and Magic back then. I do remember seeing a 3DO. Like, is this something anyone else ever did? Where, like, you know, your mom says she's gonna go to Target or Walmart or what was the big one? Caldor, when I lived on the East Coast, right? There was a bunch of those kind of like stores where you'd totally just be like, oh, can I go? Because you just wanted to play the video games. Right? Because they had like the electronics section. You'd just go hang out in the video games, like at the electronics section, while your mom was out like actually shopping. Is this something anyone else did? Because I did it a lot. I even did it when, like, for N64 stuff. Like, oh, you're going to Fred Meyer? Ooh, can I come? Yeah, I did that a lot. Like, dude. I don't think I ever played Super Mario 64 at home, even when we had a Nintendo 64. I only ever played it out at the stores. Oh, parents wouldn't let you? Yeah, exactly. GameStop was primo at that point? Yeah, I think I'm a little older, maybe. So, I don't know. I don't remember GameStop being a thing, really. Like, I remember GameStop, but I don't remember it being the place where, like, I'd go just to, like, play the games while my mom was shopping, kind of thing. Oh, you guys got hand-me-downs. Oh, so Omar, the group ID is actually related to the group of flags. So it's a little less intuitive. But group ID is more about if you want to release flags in separate JSON files. So you might have one group that you want to fetch every 30 seconds. You might have another group that you only want to fetch every 5 minutes. And you might have another group that you only fetch when the application loads, right? So it's a way of like segmenting your JSON files so that you're not having to fetch the entire JSON file every time. So it's like a bandwidth optimization, basically. Does that make sense? Right? Like, as an example, if you look at how I've done my testing, etc., I've got gradual, scheduled, selective, value. Those are like the types of flags I can do. But, you know, you could do it in a more like general way. Like some might be copies, like flags, right? Like value based, so that you're doing like one like title on a page versus another title on a page. So Trevenge, like just think about it this way. If I have a group that I want to fetch every 30 seconds, I want that to be the smallest group possible. Just because you pay money to AWS S3 for the amount of data transferred out of them. So then instead, you might have your 5-minute like interval fetch things. It's just a larger file, but you don't care because it's every 5 minutes, and who gives a shit? Now, all of them get stored up into the client and cached in a way that when you're calling your, like, should a user be able to do this thing, you just need the ID and whatever, and it's just there. I haven't Trevenge, but I recognize that there is a cost to these things, and it's also a latency issue too, right? If you want it to be as quick as possible, you don't want to have to download 100K worth of flags. You might want to just have some that are in a small file, so it's really quick. So it's not just bandwidth optimization, but it's also latency. No, so you're missing that, Omar. Group has nothing to do with the user. Completely unrelated. Group is the grouping of the flags. The flags go into a JSON file, right? Each group is its own JSON file. So you get to decide how often you fetch each group. So, right, if you want to have your front end updating on a regular basis, you might have a 30-second interval, or interval, fetching your, you know, the small group that you care about for things that need to update fast. And then you might have like a 5-minute thing in which, you know, that group is like flags that you don't care about a 10-minute lag time of like the user getting it or not. Because basically, however long your interval is, you have to consider that maybe the user isn't going to get it until basically like the end of the second interval. Right? So you have to like double your interval basically, but minus 1 second. So when you talk about set, you mean like gradual release. So you just pass me a user ID. I take that user ID, that string or number, I turn it into a string if it is a number, and then I hash that string into a number between 0 and 100. If you want to target specific users or specific organizations, etc., that would be a selective flag instead. So when we look at a selective flag, you might see a list of values here, and we could just add some other group, or let's say organization ID. And we just check for the presence of that organization in the list, right? So if you want to release out to only a couple orgs, that organization ID is something you would pass to this selective check, and we would check for it in this list. Which means that you could turn on another organization by just adding them to the list and deploying out your flags. Does that make sense? So then again, like it doesn't have to be an org, these could be user IDs as well. If you want to deploy out to specific users, you pass their ID to a selective flag instead. I hope that makes sense. Oh, you got real hardware to test against? That's awesome, Trap. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, one plane, parsing JSON is a thing that, you know, like ties up the thread. It's a synchronous event. So the less JSON you're parsing, the less you're tying up the main thread. No. So gradual it's not randomized because we have a seed value and we have a deterministic hashing algorithm. So my hashing algorithm and a seed value will always hash a user ID into the same exact bucket or the same exact percent. So as an example, if I were to say take my user ID of this and pass it to the hashing algorithm with a seed of, let's say, 0.12, and I'm looking for it to be within 20%, and we assume that that seed puts it within 20%, then that user will always be hashed to the exact same number. So this is a deterministic hash. It's not a random hash. So at that point, if you want to get a different set of users, you just change your seed. So as an example, right, this 0.11 will always be the same user IDs that get hashed into a value between 0 and 0.4, which is 40% of users. And I should probably make this more obvious that that's a percentage value. Does that make sense? So 40% of users with a seed of 0.11. We are deterministically selecting that same 40% of users based upon how we hash their user ID. So it's not necessarily like random, because random would imply that it changes over time. A new user ID that signs up that gets hashed into that bucket would then be added to that bucket, though. If you want to change the 40%, then you would just change this number. And then bam, you have a totally different 40% of users. There may be some that still have it, just because hashing is done that way. So it's not like an entirely new 40%. There could be overlap. But you're at least selecting for a different 40%. So that makes sense. For the most part, if you need to select specific IDs, you would do selective. If you want to get a random, and I'm using random very generically, but it is like a random sampling of 40% of your users, then it is deterministically done this way. And what up, Mostev? How you doing? So I've worked at a company where we needed feature flagging. At that point, I started looking into feature flagging in general anyway, and seeing what types of features they offer. So yeah, for the most part, I just wanted to recreate what other people were doing, but with some very specific niches. This is a static JSON file. So when you update things, you're not updating a database anywhere. You're updating what would then eventually get wired up and plugged into a Git repo, and from the Git repo, that JSON file would then ship somewhere. Right, so basically we're doing like a Git native approach for how you introduce changes to things. That way you get audit tracking. But also because it's a JSON file just sitting somewhere, I don't have a database, so like operating Vexilla is pretty much a zero cost thing to me. And I built it out for myself because I wanted to do feature flagging, and at the time I was looking into it, there was basically just like LaunchDarkly and some other providers that were incredibly expensive. If I had known about Growthbook or possibly PostHog at the time, I would have just used them. But at the time, the only feature flag tools I knew about were expensive, and I couldn't afford them for my own side project. So that was the initial push to just like build out something simple. Then I worked for a company that needed feature flagging, that I did some extra pushes for it, like make some features and make it releasable, and then the manager I had was like, cool, yeah, this is good, but what if I wanted to do this other thing and blah, 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 and he just, I don't know. Bad manager. Yeah, I had a bad manager at one point. We totally could have had Vexilla worked into our product, and the thing I got fired for wouldn't have even been an issue because it never would have been a problem. They had a problem with me streaming during business hours. Plot twist, I'd been doing it the entire time. And we launched the entire product while I was doing that. So it didn't have any impact on my work output, but it did have an impact on coworkers being supremely jealous that I was able to just live my life and still deliver. That's the way I interpret it. I was like 20 minutes late to, like, you remember when I talked about like the lead time that it would take to launch a feature, the hour and a half? That's literally how long it took us to do a scheduled like push. Right? And there was one day where I missed someone's message on Slack while I was streaming, and they ended up waiting like 20 minutes or a half hour, and then they basically ratted me out to their boss. It was their first week as being a manager, so it was also like new manager shit. Like, just, you know, people don't quit jobs, they quit managers. And I was given the option of like, well, yeah, just don't stream during business hours. And I told them no. No. I'm going to continue to stream the hours I've been streaming the entire time. Deal with it. But new manager, drunk on power, and me waiting 20 minutes to respond to their message, so then we didn't get the thing released on time, when instead we should have just been using feature flags. That was the issue. Now keep in mind, this was a team that was really, really, really out of their element. That's the nicest way I can phrase it. This was the team that had 60 plus Lambda functions in separate repos. So 60 plus backend Lambda function repos instead of a mono repo. This is the team that needed Saturday merge parties when they wanted to update the common library between those 60 repos. Just really bad engineering. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, there was multiple Saturday merge parties because someone needed to like update the common library, and all the other, you know, things that were using that common library needed to have a PR and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, really bad engineering. Yeah, just awful. When I've described that there are companies out there that do this to like the new director of product or like engineering or whatever at the company I'm at, she looked at me and was like, who would do such a thing? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like, the look on her face was saying this, and I don't know how to tell her, but like, you've obviously never worked on a terrible team. Like, dude. Right? People that are out of their element. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Yeah, you can say it shouldn't be that way, but the fact is, it is that way at more places than most companies would want to admit. And the reason it happened is all of these people were brand new to serverless, right? Lambda functions in general. I was brand new to it too, but I was the front end guy. And my front end was pretty damn good. I didn't need a Saturday merge party for the front end. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It was a life insurance company, and we were like a startup within a life insurance company, which means we had all of the stress of building the plane while we're flying in it, which was actually like the bad manager's catchphrase at this point. Not the new manager, the bad manager. That should have been a red flag. But we were also in a rigidly structured large corporation to where I was trying to get us to be able to do some things that, like, we needed to establish a webhook so that we could update the marketing site whenever marketing updated the CMS. And we couldn't do it. And when I left the company, they still didn't have it. And if I look at their marketing site now, right? If I look at their marketing site now, they still don't have it. Hold on. I'm not going to dox the site or anything like that. I'm going to go look right now, though. And I'm going to try and launch up the page without JavaScript on. And I bet they still don't have static rendering for a marketing site. So hold on, let me check this. If they still don't have this, they still don't have static rendering. Their marketing page is still the Angular SPA because they weren't able to fix, like, the issue. That plane doesn't fly. Like, dude, that plane just doesn't fly. They're building the plane while they're pushing it with their feet. Still, this is 2.5 years later now. 2.5 years later, and they still don't have static rendering on their marketing site. It was one very simple service away. We just needed a static IP that the CMS could ping as a webhook and trigger our rebuild of the static content. Right? So it's like all the bureaucracy of a giant enterprise with none of the safety nets because it was a startup within a giant enterprise. Just the worst. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, MJ. Like, dude, getting terminated from that job was a blessing in disguise. They ended up doing that before I could burn out. Thanks. I'll take it. Could have been way worse. I could have burnt out. 2 people ended up leaving the company after me because of the bad manager. That was the butt-in-seat 9-to-5 remote company. Yes, exactly. Fully remote team, but still need to be a butt-in-seat from 9 to 5? Yeah. Yeah. Just bad management. That's all there is to it, you know? I'm not trying to say I'd be a better manager. I think I'd be a way worse manager, actually. But I'm not trying to be a manager. Yeah, I think the manager I quit, basically, was not used to having devs with a backbone. Because 3 of us ended up leaving. Because of him. They were able to bring one of them back. But man, yeah. When you're a team of like 10, you're 3 senior engineers leaving, that's not a good sign. That's like a really bad sign. So yeah, anyway, fun stuff. Yep. Ooh, and we can take this part and replace it. That is row data? Nope, data something? Data row. And you know what, though? I think it's a really good learning opportunity, right? You don't know what sucks until you've dealt with something bad, until you've actually dealt with the thing that sucks. I wouldn't have that perspective. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that individual repos for a Lambda function is a terrible idea. I wouldn't even know that if I hadn't worked at that company. Lesson learned. But yeah, you know, it happens. Oh, we're getting red-cheeked. That's not good. Yeah, that's actually a thing my dad has, like, preached since I was, like, young, right? Only reason he knows anything is because he's made enough mistakes to know better. Right? We learn more from mistakes than we do from success. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, my dad's a dude. He's great. Yeah, try and avoid the ones that would land you in prison. That's an understatement. Yeah, exactly. All right, so const. Let's try this. I don't know if that even works. No, we can probably do that. I don't know if we can, actually. No, we can't do that. Wait, what's up, Trevenge? NBA 2K fan? Yeah, I don't, like, Do you infer, like, Michael Jordan from their name? They could just be a NBA fan, right? Are Michael Jordan builds a thing in NBA 2K? I don't think I knew that. Yeah, Michael Jordan was the GOAT. That's going to be one of the things people like argue about forever, right? Like primetime Michael Jordan versus primetime LeBron. Different styles, right? Like LeBron is tankier, you know? So you can probably like power through stuff in a way that Jordan couldn't. Right? Jordan was more like finesse. It was settled in a video last year or two? Okay. I mean, settled in quotes. Can't believe they drafted someone based on those shoes. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Compare the Space Jam movies. One's good, one is the LeBron James one. Yeah, LeBron is actually able to like go longer and farther. I'm willing to bet that's like a bunch of like, that's like technology being bigger and better. Right? The things we've learned about medicine in the past 30 years. That's true too, but like he also has the pinnacle of medical technology, at least for now, right? Like it's the same reason that like Tom Brady's been able to was able to go so long. He was easily 10 years past the Michael Jordan era, you know? And I believe like just sports medicine in general had progressed at such a level that it makes that thing, it just makes it easier at this point. Yeah, exactly, Revenge. Well, I mean, yeah, sports medicine can't fix charisma. Maybe Space Case, I don't know. Chiropractors are quacks. But the way that we repair like shoulder and knee injuries has changed so much since the Michael Jordan era, you know? Yeah, chiropracticianers? Chiropractic medicine is fake medicine. I was trying to think of like chiropractic, like chiropractician, or like, you know, like the act of chiropractic. I guess that's it. Chiropractic. That's probably the word. Yeah, chiropractic is not actually medicine. Is that the word? I don't know. I think I made it up, but whatever. We'll use it. So I get that Space Case, but really that's what an orthopedic surgeon would do, right? Like an orthopedic doctor would be better aligned at doing that. So you have a chiropractor that probably should have been an orthopedic doctor. Right? And sorry, not chiropractic doctor. Chiropractor, because they're not doctors. right? And I get it, but I'm just pointing out that that's like not the common case. Right? He should have just been orthopedic, you know? And then bam, right? So yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I know. And you already said that. I'm just pointing it out. Like, you don't disprove a generalization with one case. So yeah, you got a good chiropractor. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Yeah, no worries. No worries. And I meant no offense. I'm just pointing it out, right? To become a chiropractor, I think it's like a 6-month course. Right? You can become a chiropractor with 6 months of learning. Yeah, glorified physical therapy. That's a good way of looking at it. Like 2. Only 2. In the world. Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, there are bad orthopedic surgeons as well, right? There's bad doctors as well, you know? I would just hope that the prevalence is not as bad as chiropractors in general. No, you do not need to be a doctor for chiropractics. Nope, not at all, Trevenge. Nope. Nope, nope. Because it's not a protected profession. Wait, do they? 3.5 to 5 years? Okay. That is longer than I thought. Oh, wait. Hold on. This is a doctor of chiropractics. Like, I don't think you need that to be a chiropractor. They actually call it Doctor of Chiropractic? That is so crazy to me. So yeah, 3+ long year degree. But when you consider what it takes to become a proper doctor, you're looking at 8 years, right? Like an MD. $10 to 12 years to become a proper doctor. Right? So that's what I'm getting at, right? The amount of effort it takes to become a chiropractor is not the level of expertise you would expect from a doctor or a surgeon. And even then, you're going to have bad doctors or surgeons. Yeah, it makes sense, Revenge, for sure. Here's the biggest thing about doctors that I want to point out too. What do you call the stupidest person to graduate from medical school after 10 to 12 years of learning? You call them doctor. So you could be a D student and still be a doctor as long as you pass. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of self-selection at that point, but it is still a thing where it's like, hold on, it was a joke my dad told me. What do you call the stupidest person to graduate from Harvard Medical School? Doctor. Okay, so you need 3.3 or 3.4 to get into the med school, and then from there you just need to pass. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, my dad, he has a lot of these, like, phrases that are quite fun, but also the doctor one can be a bit scary. Yeah, there you go, exactly, Revenge. Like, they might be super smart, but when you work someone for 100 hours a week, well, yeah, when you get them at the end of their shift, they might not be that good. That's the thing, though, Jay. You'll never know. They got the degree, they got the diploma on the wall or whatever, right? They're still a doctor. And it's often something that I point out to people who think, even like for development, for web dev, for any software engineering, etc., you will be constantly learning new things. If you think you can just do your college degree and be set and you're done, you're going to be a really terrible engineer. Right? Because you don't want a doctor who doesn't learn anything new after they graduate from medical school. Look at it this way. If you have a doctor that graduated from medical school in 2010, they would have never learned, right? If they didn't keep learning, they would have never learned that ulcers are actually caused by bacteria, not stress. Stress might create an environment that helps the bacteria breed, but no, stomach ulcers are caused by bacteria, not stress.
Thanks for the support.
If you have a bad doctor who never learned something new, they would still think that they just need to prescribe you some Xanax and that'll fix your ulcer. No, you need antibiotics.
Once a respected guardian of a mystical realm,
that was discovered in 2012.
They grew obsessed with the forbidden arts of light and shadow, ultimately succumbing to its allure. Shadow Knight now seeks to plunge the world into eternal twilight, blending the lines between good and evil. Their origin traces back to an ancient betrayal where they were framed and cast out by their comrades. Their arch-nemesis is Radiant Sentinel, the last bearer
God, this
of
voice is
divine
so
light,
good.
destined to restore balance and end Shadow Knight's reign of darkness.
For anyone that wasn't here earlier, we listened to a bunch of other voices just to see. Like, I could switch to OpenAI voices and it'd be cheaper by like 9 cents.
Danteldev morphs into a formidable supervillain known as
This one's just so much better than all the others.
as a disgruntled genius programmer who once cultivated cutting-edge AI for the greater
And yeah,
good.
thank you,
They were
MJ. I
betrayed by
appreciate
corrupt
you.
corporate
Thank you.
overlords and cast into the shadows. Emerging with a thirst for vengeance, Code Blight gained the power to manipulate and infect all forms of technology with sinister viruses that can cause massive disruptions or turn machines against humanity. Their reach extends globally, allowing them to control drones, crash systems, and penetrate secure networks effortlessly. With a digital army at their fingertips, they aim to bring the technological world to its knees, exposing the dark underbelly of society's reliance on machines.
And thanks, MJ. I appreciate you saying
Their
I'm alright.
arch-nemesis is Cyber Guardian, a celebrated cybersecurity expert wielding advanced counter-hacking capabilities and a mission to thwart Code Blight's nefarious schemes. Cy Mingli transforms into the feared supervillain known as Dr. Quantum Flux. Once a brilliant physicist working on groundbreaking quantum mechanics, an experimental accident exposed them to uncharted...
Oh, interesting,
quantum
Jay.
fields, giving
Okay,
them the
that makes
ability to
sense. I
manipulate
get that.
space and time. Now able to alter reality at a subatomic level, Doctor, Quantum Flux can teleport, phase through materials, and create time loops to trap their enemies or gain the upper hand in any situation. Driven by a thirst for limitless knowledge and power, they seek to rewrite the laws of the universe to their favor, irrespective of the chaos it might unleash. Their
Ooh, this one's
arch-nemesis
good.
is Temporal Guardian, a time-traveling hero committed to preserving the fabric of reality and stopping Doctor. Quantum Flux's relentless ambition.
Alright, so we gotta fix this issue.
Dodo Fish emerges as the aquatic supervillain known
Nah,
as the
no worries there, MJ. Yeah, I
Once an
appreciate you.
unassuming
Thank you for
marine
hanging out.
biologist
Thank you for the
obsessed with
gifted
deep-sea
subs.
exploration,
Yeah, have a good night.
A catastrophic submarine accident exposed them to an ancient and powerful underwater artifact. Transformed by its energy, they gain the ability to control sea creatures, manipulate water, and summon devastating tidal waves. Embracing their new aquatic dominion, Abyssal Tyrant vows to reclaim the oceans and submerge coastal cities in their watery wrath, teaching humanity to respect the ocean depths. Their arch-nemesis is Captain Tide, a heroic naval commander with advanced underwater technology and an unyielding dedication to keeping
Hold
the
on,
seas
let's let
from
the
Abyssal Tyrant's relentless fury.
voice finish.
Al Diaz transforms into the chilling supervillain known as Frigid Enigma. Once a brilliant but socially reclusive climatologist, a lab accident involving experimental cryogenic technology bestowed them with the ability to manipulate ice and temperature. Now they can freeze anything with a mere touch, conjure blizzards, and craft intricate ice structures with ease. Frigid Enigma became embittered and isolated, and now seeks to encase the world in a permanent winter, believing that only in the cold can true order and tranquility be achieved. Their arch-nemesis is Solar Flare, a fiery superhero capable of harnessing solar energy to thaw Frigid Enigma's icy plots and bring warmth and light back to the world.
Alright, so I believe that was the last one there. The issue we're running into is Nevo, and Nevo Core is a CJS file. And CJS is not supported in Astro. They want me to change this to a dynamic import. But that just doesn't work. It says it's Australian. We played another Australian one that sounded remarkably like the Coppinger, which is kind of good. So yeah, if I do this, that's our problem. And we try to do it, and we run into issues, and the whole problem is that Nevo is not an ES module. There's gotta be some way to do this. We see ES module interop. What does isolated modules do? Maybe it's just like a TypeScript issue? So you're looking at packages bar. We're using packages boxplot. We see module. Yes, that should be good. So it's almost the way that it's trying to import D3 and D3. Yeah, so it's probably D3 scale that's the issue. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, let me look. What is that from, Space Case? I'm doing this in the wrong place. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, we'll try it for sure. So here's the thing. I think it's related to a dependency of Nevo core. Yeah, no worries, Sab. Yeah, enjoy the walk. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you for chilling. I think they're actually complaining about Nevo core and it importing something else. No, I'm not sure. Like, we're looking at it. All right, let's go look at it. We're gonna go look at Nevo. Or not? Wait, what? Oh, it's at the top level node modules? Well, that's actually worse. So Nevo core then depends on here. So we do see an es.js file. This actually does exist. So what the hell? Like, how do I force it to see it? Like, how do I force it to use it? We can't do top level await. I mean, so let me put it this way. Top level await yelled at us, but that doesn't mean that it was actually the problem. Oh, and now it's not yelling about it? Oh. Wait, did I do it in the wrong file before? I feel like I must have. Yeah, I think I was in the wrong file when I tried it before. Nah, so we're back at the problem that, like, the thing I'm importing is not the issue. It actually has to do with a dependency of our dependency. So for some reason, this file getting selected is actually the issue. I don't even know what's going on there. We did fiddle with our TS config. Nope, that's it. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'm sorry, but I gotta pee. But yeah, like we're consuming Nevo boxplot, and Nevo boxplot's Nevo core issue is actually a problem. So instead, we might need to do like a patch or some BS. And PNPM, I think, supports patches. But yeah, let me go pee. BRB. Alright, and I'm back. Oh, still the best BRB screen on Twitch? I'm really proud of it. It's quite good. Okay, so... Oh, hold on, let me check something work-wise. No, we're good there. So it's D3 interpolate. Last update 2021, 3 years ago. Type module. What the fuck? The entire problem is that for some reason this CJS file is being detected. Hey, what's up, Diego? We are dealing with just the broken ecosystem of ESM versus CJS. And it's just one of the most annoying things ever. Yeah, dude. Like, you know how bad that can be. It's the worst, man. Yeah, I think there's definitely some kind of patch we need to do, but I don't know what it is yet. Damn, 4:40. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Friday when we play some more games. What up, Hat Knight? How you doing? Mr. Sir. And what up, Octo Chris? Ooh, I like that name. That's good. You used to go by a different name, but you changed it? Okay. Do you mind sharing what that was? It's up to you. Like, no stress if not. Just so I can have some context. I do see... Hold on, let me look at some of the context. You don't need to say it like your dead name or whatever, but I at least want to... Octo Chris Deluxe? Okay. Sure. I mean, that's not a big change. So, okay, you're not doxing nothing. So yeah, we are dealing with just the worst of the worst issues. The fact that Nevo core CJS.js is being required is the problem. It's fine. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. Just happy to have you. Cannot use import statement outside a module. Oh. I've been well, except for the bug that we're running into now, because Nothing here makes any sense anymore. What up, Tryon? How you doing? And I've been well. Octochris, doing well. And then we run into that again. Yeah. V Rising is still a grind during the last third of the game? Really? I'm surprised that they're pumping so much into, like, ad dollars, because I've seen so many ads for V Rising lately, especially on, like, Reddit. Yeah, I find that actually kind of strange. I mean, it knows I don't want to play the game? Damn, GME is pumping right now, huh? Holy shit, dude. It's trying to change my mind. There you go. Yeah, I wish I'd bought more at $10. Right? Due to the recent pump, I probably made like 6 or 7 grand already. I wish I had more into it. I can only invest so much into a meme stock. I'm hoping it goes to, like, you know, $300. If it goes to 1,000, ooh, I'm sitting pretty. I doubt it'll go to 1,000, but that's the dream, right? If it goes to 1,000, I'm sitting on like 500K. It's at $36-ish right now. I bought in around like 16, I think. But I've got close to like 500 shares. Like 400 something. If it goes to 1,000, woo-wee. Yeah, I've doubled my money at this point for sure. No, this might be like a sneeze, not the squeeze. You never know. But deep fucking value, otherwise known as Robotic Kitten or something like that on Twitter. He's actually the biggest, like, push that I think has caused this. Him just being active again on Twitter, I think, is actually the cause of this sneeze right now. So we'll see if it's the actual squeeze. theoretically, by the end of the week, a bunch of, like, shorts have to cover. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. This is not financial advice. But I put $5,000 into GME when it was at about $16. So I've doubled up. And I did the same thing for a lot of the crypto that I bought into. I doubled up on my crypto as well. Which is nice. But man, if it goes to the moon, yeah, no sell, no sell, right? That's the whole meme. I'm not selling the GME until it looks like a cell phone number. No, I'm kidding. If it gets up to like 1,000, I'll sell off half of what I got for sure. Like, no problem. An extra $200,000 in the pocket would mean I can buy a house. Oh yeah, I will definitely continue to hold a portion of it. Absolutely. Like, forever. Yeah, probably, you know. But if I can realize $200,000 as a gain and still maintain the majority of my stake, yeah, I'll absolutely do that at some point. Just because, yeah, I want to own a house at some point. I want to pay less than $3,000 a month in rent, you know? If I can get a mortgage that's at like a grand, that'd be amazing. And with renter's insurance, you know, I could definitely get like a mobile home. You can buy one of those for like $150,000. I could just buy that flat out and just pay property tax. That'd be amazing. So yeah, at some point, I might consider just like buying into like one of those, like, I'm not talking like where it's like RVs and shit parking around you. I mean just like the mobile homes. I dated a girl in high school who like lived in a mobile home or whatever that her parents bought into ages ago, and it was cheap. But it's like right there, like in Woodinville. Like, it's a good neighborhood. It's like the worst part of Woodinville, but like, dude, that doesn't mean shit. So yeah, like, I would not mind getting one of those like mobile home kind of things. Yeah, I know, I get it there, Cypher Enigma. But the amount of like shenanigans that have happened, the amount of like manipulation and stock BS that the hedge funds have done, at some point they're gonna have to pay their bill. Right? They can't short forever. Maybe they can short forever just due to like the bullshit of it. But yeah, you're right. Like, I'm not gonna hold till one grand. Like, I'm gonna realize some profit at some point. I'll probably do it in like percentages. Like, I don't know. This is not financial advice. My thought is that I might sell 10% of what I got if it would, like, a maximum of 10% of what I got if it'll cover the amount that I put in. And then the rest is pure profit. So at that point, like, I have no qualms holding forever, you know? I just don't like the idea of possibly, like, losing what I put in. Even though it's not a lot. Like, I don't know, $5,000 is a lot, but it's also not a lot, depending on how you want to phrase it. It's like one paycheck, you know? I could do to lose a single paycheck. But also, my savings is not that good right now. One paycheck is 1/10 of a down payment for a house, you know? For like a cheap house, but a house. For a mobile home, basically. Yeah, with the gains I realized from crypto, I could take the entry off the table just from doubling up. Yeah, I could, but I don't know. I'll at least hold a little bit longer. Because again, like, if it's a single paycheck worth, I could lose that single paycheck worth. I'm okay with it. I don't want to lose 50% of my stake just to get my money back, you know? That's why I was talking about, like, there's a threshold. I will sell 10% of what I got at a maximum to get back what I put in. So yeah, at that point, the stock would have to 10x from what I put in, which would mean it would have to be at 160 a share, which is not that far-fetched, because it got to like 300 before, right? Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I realize profit in a lot of other things. I actually believe in... I like the stock. Let me put it that way. But I believe in what it means, right? Like the intention behind it as well. To just make the fucking shitty hedge funds have to play by the same rules as the rest of us. Like, so many people have DRS, though. Right? I want to point that out there, Cypher. Right? The DRS is, like, larger than any other company that exists at this point. The amount that's actually locked in and owned, rather than just, like, stuff that can be shared out. So basically, four-wheel, DRS is... when you buy stocks from a company like Ally or Fidelity or whatever. See, so I don't know enough about that, Cypher. So again, this is not financial advice. This is my really like poor understanding of things. When you say outstanding, I'm not sure what you technically mean by that. Yeah. So I'm probably out of my element. This is why this is not financial advice. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Keep that in mind. But I do just recognize that there are more people that have DRS'd via computer share than any other company ever at this point, right? And that's kind of crazy. Outstanding shares are shares that are not owned. I'm not sure that's actually an accurate reporting, though. So, Cypher, I would question that number because of how the hedge funds have manipulated shit. That's why I'm not necessarily that worried about, like, what that means. So if outstanding means, like, available shares to be bought, no, I don't trust that number. I just don't. Because I feel like the hedge funds have some way of manipulating that bullshit. Yeah, I don't know what outstanding means in this context. Is that just the total amount of shares? So yeah, basically, when you buy shares on something like Ally or Fidelity, they are in a pool that allows them to be lended out to people. If you DRS your shares and you own them, they are no longer, like, lendable. And I believe, like, lendable shares is how the shitty hedge funds have actually been able to manipulate the price at this point. And again, I don't have any evidence for this. This is speculation. I don't know for sure. This is just simply my really bad understanding of things from any of the bullshit I've read. The float is what's being traded. Yeah, so I believe by not DRSing, your shares are still part of the float. So if you DRS by transferring to computer share, you own those shares and you take them out of the amount that's able to be like floated out via shenanigans. For the most part, yeah, you probably never need to DRS, but when you feel like your stock is being manipulated, DRS is like the one weapon you have. And it's direct registration or something like that. To where, like, I own my shares. They are not able to be lended out to anybody at this point. And the more that we lock up as owned rather than, like, shareable, there's a problem. So I don't know what that means specifically there, Cypher. Yes, exactly, therefore it will. Yes. My shares are at computer share, and they are directly registered to me, rather than through a brokerage like Fidelity or Ally or whatever. Right? And Ally is basically Citadel. So, yeah, any stock you have in Citadel or Ally is something they can use to manipulate things, because you don't technically own the shares. You're going through the brokerage at that point. Yeah, exactly, right? Okay, cool. So at least I understand a little. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. It does mean that they're harder to sell because I then need to, like, get them back onto a brokerage or something. Like, out of computer share? I'm not sure about that part. I don't understand what I would have to do to actually sell my shares later. I don't know that part. Maybe I can just do it directly through computer share. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never looked at what selling my shares would be like, because I was basically planning on holding these forever just out of, like, what it means, you know, rather than the value behind it. I like the movement. I like what it seems to represent. Holding these shitty hedge funds accountable. And I don't know what SHF actually stands for. The S probably stands for something else, but in my head it stands for shitty. These fucking shitty hedge funds. Anyone know what SHF actually stands for? I could probably look it up. If it says shitty hedge fund, oh, I'm gonna be so happy. Shady hedge fund. There you go. Maybe it's not SHF. Single hedge funds, right? Instead of like a pool of hedge funds working together or something. So yeah, shitty hedge funds. Exactly, X Factor, yes. Keep in mind that I don't do that. I'm currently using Coinbase for a lot of my shit. Yeah, we should set up SHF in Urban Dictionary and make sure that it's, like, defined as shitty hedge fund. That would be great. Someone else can feel free to do that if they want. Here's the funniest part. I came back from when I went to Arizona for work a few weeks ago, And I typically go to this ramen place in Seattle that's quite good. It's right there, like a block, like on the same block as Numo's, which is a really good like concert venue, like small concert venue. This ramen place is open till 2 a.m. And it's good. It's not like the best ramen, but as far as like just being there and like the line for it is pretty reasonable most of the time. And if I could get myself like established as a regular, they'll squeeze me in as just like a single person at the bar kind of thing. So I just gotta like make sure they start recognizing the space. And then yeah, I can get like ramen real quick pretty much anytime I show up. It's all about becoming a regular at some of these places to actually get served properly. But yeah, it's like a decent ramen place. Where I was going with it is I got there like, 11 at night, maybe like 10. And I'm sitting there waiting like in line. There's two people in front of me. These two kids are like college kids. They're like University of Washington or some BS like that. I don't think it was UW. It was like maybe Seattle U or some BS. I don't know. They're sitting there chatting. And then for some reason, like I'm right behind them, so I'm gonna hear part of their conversation. And at one point, one of them mentioned Citadel, and I was like, oh, you mean Shitadel? And they were like, oh, yeah, you're talking about like the Wall Street Bets thing, right? I was like, yeah, but also they're Shitadel. And then, yeah, like, I don't know, ended up just like sitting at the same table with these guys and having conversations about movies, and they seemed cool. They were really cool. One of them was actually doing software engineering, but he was like more low-level focused. Like he was working at Philips or Siemens or some electronics company. The other dude was like in med school, so he had no idea what we were talking about when we talked tech. But it was still like a fun conversation because like they're so much younger than me. They're like in college now, so they're like 20 maybe. Probably 21 because they had mentioned like being able to go out and drink. So like, yeah, but still like there's like a 20-year difference between us. So like the movies that we're talking about with each other, they have no clue. They have absolutely no idea about some of the movies I mentioned. And like some of these weren't even obscure. Like I don't even know. Like I don't remember all the movies we mentioned, so it's going to be tough to recall that. But they mentioned movies like Everything Everywhere All the Time or whatever. I think that's a movie, right? The one where it's like the multiverse stuff. I haven't seen that yet. And they were like, oh, we love it. It's one of the films we use to like judge if someone's going to be like worth having as a friend. We'll make them watch it and then wait to see what questions they have afterwards. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I mentioned some movies like, never heard of it. Like, wait, what? Never heard of it? And we get on to like, yeah, well, what are some like good, like, maybe like underground movies you guys really like? And they're like, well, we really like The Matrix. Like, dude, I didn't do that when they said it, but like, holy shit, dude. The Matrix is like an old school underground film now? When did that happen? When did that happen? Like, dude. Yeah. I felt really old really quick. Like, really old really quick. They mentioned some other movies that are like, oh yeah, maybe you haven't heard of that. I was like, dude, how could I not have heard of that? I saw it in the theater, like shit like that. And when I said lines like that, they were like, oh, you are old. Like, damn, come on, man. Take it easy. But think about it. Some of these movies, like The Matrix. The Matrix came out before these fucking kids were born. If they're 21 now, yeah, The Matrix came out before they were born. Yeah, exactly, Fievel. I was there 3,000 years ago. But dude, yeah, like, they made me feel so old. But then I also felt, like, really young as well. Because they don't snowboard or ski like I used to snowboard and ski. Or just snowboard. Like, dude, I don't know. And I still bet I can snowboard better than they can. And they're young. So fuck it. Yeah, whatever, right? You're as old as you feel. Or young as you feel. At some point. But it was really cool. It was like just a fun conversation. I know, long tangent, whatever. I really like eating ramen at this place, though. So yeah, it's my like new tradition. If I fly into Seattle and it's like 9 or 10 o'clock at night and I haven't eaten since I started the flight, like since the flight happened, you know, then yeah, I'm gonna need to eat some food. And I'm gonna head to this ramen place in Capitol Hill because it's delicious. And it's like really, really like authentic. It's a place where it's like, you know, you ever know those like restaurants where it's like deeper than it is wide? It's like the exact thing that ramen places in Japan end up dealing with. It's like it goes back like 20, 30 feet. But as far as like the room itself, it's like maybe 15 feet wide. It's like a really narrow, just like restaurant plot. That's like really accurate for ramen places at that point. A hallway turned into a restaurant, basically. Yes, exactly. And it's really good. It's delicious. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's like authentically a Japanese ramen place. So yeah, I will probably head to that place every chance I get. If I happen to go out to a meetup in Capitol Hill, I'll probably hit up that ramen place afterwards. Anyway, yeah, the reason I'm going off on tangents like these is because we're running into the issue we have right now. And it's bumming me the fuck out, man. This is a module. The issue that we have is that for some reason, through the chain of dependencies, one of these things is importing Nevo Core CJS instead of the ES. That's it. That's the only thing that's in our way. Because the ES versions of all of these Nevo libraries exist, but something just isn't figuring it out. And I just don't get it. No, because we're not directly importing Nevo Core. If what you're saying, like, is, should I go rename a file in my node modules within a package's other node modules and then do this? Oh, God. No, that's not a thing that will be stable in any possible way. I am not directly importing this file. It's like an import of an import of an import, basically. And somehow our tooling is just blowing it. Right? The ESM version of this absolutely exists right next to this file. But something about how it's being imported is not being understood by something down the chain. And this is really what people complain about with ESM and CJS. Like, dude, what the fuck could be breaking this? So, Last ditch effort? Yeah, last ditch effort. There's one other way I think I can make this happen, but I really don't want to do it. And that would be, is there an unpackaged version of Nevo, right? Nevo box plot. Could I get just the unpackaged, like, ESM of it and just import that directly from, like, the public folder or some BS? I really don't want to do that. I really, 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 really don't want to do that. I really doubt this is going to do anything. Keep that in mind. X Factor, I would say, due to confirmation bias, not nearly as many times as it just hasn't worked. But maybe sometimes it does. So, like, yeah, you know, sometimes is worth aiming for. I don't like their website. I really, really don't like their website. I think they could actually do like a getting started a lot better. No, I totally agree with that. Sometimes you just gotta, like, throw a dart at the wall, and sometimes it sticks. How do I recommend learning JavaScript for web development? The color scheme, a bad case of pink eye. Chartist, there's Charts.js. Is that the one you meant? Like, maybe that was an auto-completion? I've heard Charts.js is great. I don't really want to have to refactor what I'm doing, though. You mean Chartist literally? Oh, yeah, I don't know Chartist. Charts.js is like the other, like, darling that I know of. I don't want something from the old days of JavaScript because we're going to have the same problem we have right now. Right? We're in a framework that prefers ESM. We need something ESM compliant. So, how do I recommend learning JavaScript for web development? Well, personally, I think free code camp. If you don't know web development at all, you should probably actually build up your experience with HTML and CSS first, which they do on free code camp. And then from there, they'll teach you some JavaScript, and it's worth going through. Once you've done that, you need to actually just start building stuff. You need to have a project that's worth building. And I don't care about a portfolio. I mean, you just need to get your feet in the water. You need to, like, dip your toes at the bare minimum of building something, not doing tutorials, right? Building a portfolio site. That's not an application. You need to build applications. That is the way to learn proper JavaScript for web dev. So instead, yeah, you do the free code camp thing to get the basics out of the way. And then eventually, you need to build something, and I get that X Factor, but like they don't teach like frameworks. You need to pick a framework and do it. React, Angular, Svelte, whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. But you gotta pick one and get at least experienced enough with it that you feel like you could build anything you need to. And then from there, learning another framework is probably worthwhile because then you understand the common patterns between them, such as component-based like UI. Building a component that's reusable across your application, hugely important, right? How state management works across the application. Like all these things, once you do multiple frameworks, you realize how common they are, and then the patterns are the same. So you instead need to do something and be not an expert, but proficient with it, and then learn something else and get to a level of proficiency that lets you recognize that all these things are doing the same shit with different syntax. So if you want to be a solid dev, go for it. If you want to be a Svelte dev, go for it. If you want to be a React or an Ember or an Angular dev, go for it. But you need to eventually learn more than one to recognize how common the things they're doing are between each other. And then it's just syntax. Right? You're not going to get computed in the same way in React like you might be used to in Ember or Svelte or Solid or Vue. But once you understand what a computed is doing, then it becomes really common to just write it in the different syntax that you care about in a new language. Or, sorry, not a new language, in a new framework. I say this as someone who basically started out as an Ember developer. I tried some Angular before that, before Angular got, like, AngularJS got decent at 1.3. I did some AngularJS 1.1, and it sucked. I learned some Ember. Eventually, AngularJS 1.3 was the thing I had to learn anyway. And it was better at that point, so it was worth it. And then I learned Angular 2, React, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I learned all of them. And I can be proficient with any of them because the patterns are actually transferable. Does it mean I'm like the expert at React or Svelte or Solid? No. But could I make a solid React or Svelte application? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's the level you need to get at. The point at which the framework doesn't matter as much. Sure, you will be better at the one that you feel like you're an expert at. I know I can lead a team, best practice-wise, Angular-wise, better than I can lead a team React-wise. But I've done enough React that I can lead a React team too. Could I lead a Solid team or a Svelte team? Just give me a month. Yeah, totally. Because the ideas are transferable once you get to a good point. So I kind of referenced it there, Seb, right? Understanding routing and state management and component-based architecture, those are the three big things. Understanding how to do routing right, when to load your data, how to do data fetching, right? So there's four big things. Data fetching, state management, component-based architecture, and routing. Once you have those 4 things, the rest is just syntax. Now, if I were to make a tweet about that, we'd have people yelling in the comments about, well, you missed blank, blank, and blank. Sure. If I learn those 4 main things, blank, blank, and blank are actually really easy. See, so here's the thing. This is absolutely not everything we need, right? This is not including all the dependencies, etc. It's like we'd have to bring in Lodash unique by, we'd have to bring in React, we'd have to bring in everything. I was hoping that it would just be a bundle of everything we needed and hopefully not too big of one. Dude, fucking Nevo, man. What would we move off Nevo to? The biggest problem is that the error is bullshit. Like, why can't our tooling just import some CJS, man? Why can't it figure this out? The CJS ESM interop is a massive fucking problem. Dude, Stack Overflow's gotten really bad, too. Is it reliable? Probably. Right, just had to look at a word thing. Require is not defined. God damn it, that's right. I doubt that's going to do anything. So yeah, I'm gonna roll back my Astro and Astro Icon versions, because I feel like those got broken. Yeah, I don't even know what face I made. Wait. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we need to update our script over here. We're at 7:30. Now I need to eat some food and finish some editing. I need to do some other stuff. And I'm getting tired. Like, I need to, yeah. I need to rest up and wake up early tomorrow because I got a bunch of stuff to do. I think we moved past it. I think now's a good time to call it. Because what I need to do next is I need to output all of our, like, data, right? The thing we're generating, the CS... No, I'll be over to gaming stream. Yeah, over on Chilling and Gaming Stream. Yeah, for sure. I'll be over there for the next, like, hour or two. But I want to try and get to sleep by, like, maybe, like, 10 o'clock tonight. And then, yeah, for tomorrow, my main goal is to take all of these CSV files and output them into a reasonable JSON format, right? Not like we're just gonna convert the CSVs into JSON without doing like the formatting into the box plot format. We can do that just at runtime, but at least taking CSVs and changing them into proper JSON files. I think that's our move. Pretty sure that's the move. So yeah. Yeah. What am I eating tonight? It's a nice chilly night. I actually bought sandwich stuff, but I kind of wanted to do sandwich stuff when it's a cold day out. So I might just do some fried chicken tonight. It's pre-cooked. I just gotta fry it, to heat it up and crisp it up. And then from there, dip it in some stuff and nom nom nom. Good to go. Yeah, 2 chicken breasts. Sounds delicious. So yeah. No, not KFC. This will be the stuff that I have in my freezer. So I gotta turn on the fryer, then fry it. It takes 5 minutes to fry because it's pre-cooked. And then I can dip it in some sauce and call it good. But yeah, let's go raid someone. Because I'm tired brained. Dealing with this issue, I don't know if you guys realize, your brain consumes a lot of calories and energy thinking through tough problems. So yeah, we're on to something here. This issue should not exist. I fully agree. I don't know what is breaking. We're in a module-based system with Astro. Nevo and all the libraries we're consuming have ESM-based outputs, but for some reason, something along the import path is trying to import a CJS file. I don't know what it is. I don't want to have to care. That's a big problem, the fact that it's even an issue I'm seeing, our tooling should solve this. Yeah, the brain can consume so much energy that you are physically drained. Yeah, I'm sleepy, I'm tired now, But I'm gonna put in a good 2 hours hanging out, doing some video editing, maybe some gaming. We need to figure out who we go raid. Who's streaming right now? Because, yeah, I got so much video editing I got to do soon. All right, so who do we see stream? We see Midnight Simon killing it. We see Acorn killing it. Adam C. Eunice. Danny Sem. Snowcone. Oh, Ryan's streaming. Let's go raid Ryan. Elixir mentioned. Yeah, we'll see X Factor. It's like a tweet too many people have already made because it's just such a shit show. But yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Nightshade Dude. He kills it. He is definitely doing some Elixir right now. I see Mix right there on screen. So So yeah, we're gonna go say hi. He's a good dude. People on the YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Like, I really appreciate it. We had a really good day today, even though I struggled on part of it. That's part of the process, you know. We got to rant and chill and chat, so that's great. So yeah, everyone hanging out over on YouTube, thank you so much. We're going to be rating someone named Ryan Winchester TV. He's over on Twitch. And I highly recommend you hop over to Twitch, check it out. But I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you all for chilling. Appreciate you being here. You guys really helped me out there. So, yeah, thank you for being here.